How do? Hi, I'm Jonathan. That's our free square. What do we got? 24? When is the announcement? 50 minutes. It's in like an hour ish. When it actually starts. So we got a little bit of time to fuck around until that comes out. Pick a little bingo board. What we got? Let's see. Armor nerfed. And then over here, deflection actually useful for max hit. Armor plus the LE, and both. They kind of, just the armor as a whole. To do what we got? Let's put Deadeye nerfed right here, and then put LA Lash Rods nerf up here, so they're not in the same category, because like that'd be unfair. Both in the same line. Um, UI update, boss bar fix. That's not gonna happen. So let's put that somewhere where a line can't get filled out. We got to put that somewhere not intersecting with a free square, like somewhere that's like not gonna have a chance of ever working. Like we'll put that one in the same one as travel skills. Yeah, let's be real. I'm pretty sure ES is gonna get nerfed, so we're gonna aim for why armor nerfed. This is a bingo board. I don't think armor should get nerfed, but like it might happen. Like it actually seems like at high investment it's actually good, so it might get nerfed. It's nerfed. Uh, mm, meaningful spell buffs. The whole stuff got spells just fucking suck in both games. Uh, Character mobility improvement. And then we're gonna over here sprint heavy stun removed. That shit's dog shit. Fucking 3 second stun that disables your defenses. Where the only counterplay is to log out. Atrocious. Delirium fog fixed. Heavy stun reserved for Roas. I don't think players should be heavy stunnable in like almost any scenario. Outside of like some like unique boss encounter where like fucking up a boss mechanic could cause it to happen. Like it's just such a bad mechanic. As long as it's a 3 second duration that disables your defenses while you're heavy stunned, it's such a egregiously overpowered like affliction to your character that all you can ever do is log out. And as long as that's the reality, it just like it just shouldn't exist. Like downsides that steep just shouldn't exist almost. It's just no wish list. It's a bingo board. Gotta have some XDDs and some, you know, non XDDs. It's like I definitely don't think armor should be nerfed. Um, I think the rest of it are things that probably would make the game better. But armor shouldn't be nerfed. But it's just there because it'd be funny if it got nerfed. That I could be the untouched. Nah, that I nah, come on, you go, come on. Atlas change, yeah, 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 for sure. Uh, Atlas tree. The thing is, like, it's going to be changed in some way because they're going to put Abyss on there almost certainly as like one of like the side things. Atlas tree rework. I think rework is probably the right word to use because like the thing that I think the tree really needs to do, um, it just kind of doesn't work that well with tablets. But like the Path of Exile one tree system is so much better. Like separate trees for each mechanic, it's just so soulless compared to having it all in one tree that where you actually choose the things you want. But their idea is that tablets are how you choose the content you want currently. Tablets are bad too. Did read a one in the vendor window. Amen. The way it always should have been. We don't. In PoE 2? No, in PoE 2 you have to use a reforging bench to 3 to 1. So like instead of vendoring 60 contracts, you have to put 3 of them in a vendor window, play an animation and pull it out 20 times. It's like it's so fucking vile. You just remembered? Yeah. Enjoy. Thankfully there's not that many things you do that on now because tablets drop way less frequently, right? And like what else do you even like 3 to 1 in that game right now? Like essences maybe? I'm not really sure. I didn't play that patch. Emotions. Like you can. I wonder how many hours would it take to vendor up like 20,000 of the smallest one to the biggest one. But even in Poe 1 that take forever. The Deli Orbs, yeah. Oh yeah. I mean the emotions in the thing would apply to him out there, like the orbs, yeah. But those, what was the change made to those that made them a little better? Like they stack now. Came into armor nerfed. It's not a wish list. It's a bingo board. We got to think of a few more things like this, like changes that would be funny if they happened, but probably shouldn't. Um, deflection. Gee, I hope deflection is made real. Less smooth speed in bear form. There's no way. There's no way. Well, we already know flat attack time is on like half of the fucking transform skills if you're using them to transform. Iron Cold skills damage buff. I'm kind of just, well, I guess that's skills, not spells, but that was just kind of this, but for only spells, I guess. Weapon swap back to now an instant? No way. That's one thing that I really do like about this game a lot. Is like the weapon swap stuff. Delirium Mist visibility nerf. Let's go farther. Delirium Mist toggle option. No visibility nerfs. We've already had two of those. Just like let me not have it in my map. Performance improvements. I mean that's always going to be listed in like every single patch for the next like, 3 years. It's it's going to be like minor performance improvements. Abyss crafting nerfed. Hmm. Where do I put that one? Because I mean that one's basically a free space. Like what the homogenizing? Is that what it was? Homogenizing exalt omen nerf. I don't even know how a lot of the new crafting mechanics in this game work from last patch. I played for fucking like 30 hours in basically a self-found environment, and didn't really use any of the new like meaningful in-game systems. Were they that rare blue? You just couldn't fuck with them in self-found at all. Shame. Well, I felt like somehow like things are so rare that they don't exist in self-found, but in like softcore trade, they're like so plentiful that looking at the pricing when like watching some people do crafts, they're not even expensive. At least early in the league, I didn't watch later. I'm sure over time they get way more expensive. But it's like so easy to like have access to it. It's like who's dropping these things and then just like selling them for like one divine, two divines? Like who's doing that? That's weird. Wasn't like using a abyss to like force on like abyss mods with essence with omens to like keep on like re-rolling them a pretty important step of all those perfect items? Yeah, I assume that'd be included in most of them at some point. Yeah, this is Dark Reader that makes this dark, I think. Get a tag with Abyss, Homo Exalt with it, roll Abyss, a different mod. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. Like the part of Abyss that I like the most for Self-Found was just having the veiled stuff. Like that shit's so good in Self-Found. Just like, alright, I'm gonna add a veiled mod to this. It was the unnerfed veiled exalt. It was just like, yep, here's the veiled mod. So good in Self-Found, making those like mid-tier 3 mod items. Like all the crazy shit past that, of course, is cool, but like that's the only thing that really needed for me. Not that many things left. New alternative ascendancy. Letting support rebalancing. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be some nerfs to those. Ooh. Coda. It's here. Blah. Ignite buff. Like a lot. PV2 ailments really do feel like soulless. Due to like where their scaling comes from. I wonder if they'll ever like meaningfully change that. The Ignite Prolive buff. The Ignite Prolive is so egregiously bad. Like they're so bad. Like it's how are they different from Po 1? So basically the main difference is in Po 1, an Ignite build is an Ignite build. Your hit damage is effectively, in most cases, 0. Or like 0.1% of your damage. Like all of your power is fully based on the ailment. And it's usually the same for bleed and poison. Like when you're an ailment build, you're an ailment build. Like you're only scaling that one thing and you have a bunch of tools for only scaling the one thing. Whereas in PoE2, they're just like a more multiplier to your hit damage. And you scale them by just scaling your hit damage for the most part. And that just makes them feel kind of like weird. Like you sacrifice like all of your hit damage like to scale ailments basically, and you can scale them to huge fucking numbers. But Ignite Prolif is so funny in this game. It's like it's just so crazy. We'll see. Night spread actually proliferates. Fire politely waits 2 seconds to spread. I think it's 1 second now, but the idea of like igniting like a target and it being alive for a full second, like a trash monster living for a full second, to then spread to another target Because it's not even to all targets in radius, is it? Isn't it like to one dude? Or like any of them that sit there for a second? Like it's it's all okay. Yeah, it's all within 1 meter, 1.5 meters. That stay within that distance for a full second. So if they move out of it and go back in, it's so bad. But like real proliferation is like super fucking OP too. Especially when it works on corpses still. If you reverse ignite on yourself, yeah, if you ignite yourself with like unaffected by ignite, and then like yeah, calling that the pseudo is really carrying there because that's very far from real RF. Another mechanical replicability thing. I totally forgot about that. Do Burning Ground maps still just not do anything because of that change? Poison Prolif was kind of good. Well, Poison Prolif in PoE2 is that the same as Po1 where it's just like on death it spreads to things nearby? Because like that version is like very strong with high density. It scales really hard. Like that's like Barrick's Respite version of like Ignite spreading in Po1 and like Pathfinder, Po1. And PF and Herald of Poison was a spread counting as applying a full poison or something for the Herald thing. Charms buffed. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. More than 3 charm slots because they've been saying they're going to do this for a while. When are we finally going to get that? Because like you get 2 for free now, which I love. Like 2 in the campaign by default, right? Or it's like 1 from your belt and then 1 plus 1 from the campaign by default. And then if you actually have like a 3 belt with that extra from the campaign and like the 1 point on the tree, and you have like 5. There's like some charm mods that are really cool. You can get like Ruby, Topaz, Fire, each that has like 500 Garb when procced, and like you take any damage of any element type, and you just proc those, or those get nerfed. But I fuck with it. They don't work. What do you mean they don't work? Oh, you mean like they don't give you defense? In that scenario, we wouldn't care about the resist portion of it. It would just be procking the guard thing. I spend nerfs in your bingo. That's just kind of how I expect. I've been conditioned to think this way. But like, this is a buff, and like this is a buff. 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 This is a majority buffs. This is a buff. There's like fucking 4 nerfs and like 10 buffs. Too crazy. I need more nerfs in here. Think an armor nerf will happen? Oh no, I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it should happen. But you never know. Roa, Roa, Roa. We're gonna go far on this one. Roa removed, not even nerfed, removed. Genuinely, the Roa should be removed. So that half the player base that wasn't actually dealing with any of the annoying bullshit with like sprint and mobility has to also deal with the things that everyone else does, and then they'll complain to get those shitty things fixed. Boom. Dork buff. I'm just gonna include that in meaningful spell buffs. Careful, because lets me shield the free space. No, dude, there's no way this is gonna be real. I only put it here because someone in chat said it. I thought it was funny, but like, there's no way. They need to give other classes something similar that the rogue is pro meta. I completely agree. I don't think Roa is genuinely bad. Um, I think Sprint is really bad. I fucking hate Sprint as a concept. Well, not as a concept, just the way it was implemented. Um, but like, what would be way better is if other classes just had good move skills. Like, if Ranger moved around with move speed in Aroa, that's fine if like Warrior can move around by pressing like Leap Slam or Shield Charge and have it actually be a useful skill. And it's fine if, and then if like casters could use Blink, except instead of Blink being what it is, Blink just put Blink on your skill bar and you still kept dodge roll. It's like every archetype would like have something for like how it has mobility based on its like theme. But instead, like Blink fucking sucks and Warrior. Blink doesn't suck, but like losing your dodge roll, I hate that. I hate so much that you lose your dodge roll. Like you're spending 60 spirit. Why are you taking away my dodge roll? It's very rude. And then like Warrior skills are terrible for moving. But like Roa on its own isn't like that insane. Like I definitely would rather mobility buffs elsewhere instead of nerfing like Ranger mobility. What else we got in here? A few more slots to fill up. 20 minutes. Why is that so much fun? All right, thank you, little softcore enjoyer. Is it really that impossible in hardcore? Just doomed forever. No, I never played PD2. Omen occurrence to change rest types. I would love that. That would be huge. Getting 10% with a Sylvan Vision, 29k ES spell by one boss hit. Oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, like res swap would be really cool. Resist, and if they put that in the game, it would have to be omens, right? Would it be like an omen with a chaos orb? There's Respigal's runes. Yeah, but also when they first put runes in the game, they said a lot of weird things about runes that weren't even close to accurate, and now they've been changed pretty consistently to actually be useful. With like, runes not being swappable and all kinds of very, questionable concepts around runes. I feel like it'd be an omen. It's like one of the only systems in the game. Divine Orb plus Omen? Yeah, like Divine Orb plus Omen, Omen plus Chaos Orb. It could be a few things. Or they could do a new system. Yeah, but like resist swap is not the kind of thing that would get a whole new system forward. It would just be added to one of the existing systems. It could be like Omen plus like Essence or something. A lot of different possibilities. Conversion rune. That's such a big opportunity cost though. Harder in-game scaling. I think currently the harder in-game scaling should come from severely reduced player power at the top end. But like that's just like hard to do. It's like one of the problems with removing all the power from the passive tree and making it so all the powers in the gear is that like what gear level are you bouncing around? Are you bouncing around everyone having like 3 mod items, 4 mod items, 5 mod items? When this is like fucking exponential growth in player power as you get better and better items. If you balance around like 5 mod items, then fucking Timmy or anyone not playing softcore trade and using all the best crafting systems is fucked. And if you balance around 3 mod items, then you can never have good crafting in the game like we did last patch, because then you just have absurd power relative to the content. I change how the economy gets back after like 3 weeks. No, definitely not. Bouncing on LA Rod. The thing is, it's default attack. Like, if you have insane gear, like default attack will kill everything instantly. It's not even like certain skills are just too broken at that like peak gear level. But there are obviously outliers that, like LA Rod, that are like absurdly strong even at very low. Like honestly, the change that LA rods need to explode in one hit. This needs to be a proper 2 button build where you're rotating and not just like you drop 3 rods and then they can be attacked by fucking 27 chains from lightning arrows. It needs to be an actual 2 button build where you're going 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2, and then it's way easier to balance. That's genuinely what I really want in PoE 2 is an actual good 2 button build. They're just like I want to press 1 button like fucking gas arrow, and then I want to press flame wall and blow up the screen. Like give me the combo gameplay that I was promised. I might try the warrior like the warrior shield ball thing later. We'll see. It's like probably the closest thing. If it survives, yeah, we'll see. The thing with 2 button gameplay, like the payoff just has to be high. It has to be really high. It's like if I can right click and have a galvanic shard shoot through and chain through the entire screen, or right click and have lightning arrow chain through and return and bounce off walls and hit everything on the screen, or like press spark and the same thing but does no damage without absurd gear, then like any sort of like 2 button setup that involves like area mechanics just needs to have such a big payoff. And unfortunately, dude, that reminded me of like the worst fucking nerf that happened last patch. When every single area node on the outlet tree or passage tree got nerfed by 25%. When projectile chaining skills were already like the only way that people did in-game shit to nerf area scaling. It's like the problem with area mechanics. For area mechanics to actually be competitive, they need to look almost like silly in how big they are. Because projectiles hit the whole screen without like looking wrong, but when you earthquake and it genuinely blows up 70% of your screen, it just like feels weird. Even though a lightning arrow is doing the same thing, it's just doing it with different graphics. And that's how earthquake needs to look to be playable. I'm surprised that's coming through on the mic. I just never set up a noise gate. It's really faint. Yeah, I mean my door's open. Let's play and trade again. I mean, I honestly don't know. Like, how loud are my speakers? What speakers? What do you mean? Like I can barely hear that. It's just the mic. Like, I still use a Yeti, and these things pick up everything. But like I'm probably gonna play hardcore trade. I think, but like also could be hardcore self found. But it's probably gonna be hardcore trade just to have a chance of using some of the more rare systems. That felt very good though. Mm, that was because Abyss was pretty insane. Essence also. Yeah, true. Essence did get way better. It's true. Like if I knew confidently that I would still have tons of like preserved ribs and bones and like whatever those things are for adding veiled shit to my gear, uh, that's like definitely the most of the crafting you need is essences and those. But I don't know. I don't really want to have any like massive like roadblocks or anything. I kind of just want to like kill monsters and vibe if I can. The Abyss goes Giga Core. I mean, my guess for Abyss, they're gonna tell us how Abyss goes core. My guess is it's going to be just like a tablet. Basically, it's gonna have a fucking endgame tree, like the current ones, and then you're gonna have a tablet that can activate it if you want it. But every single zone in the campaign is definitely gonna be gone, or like 95% gonna be gone. And Abyss was like 90% of the loot in the campaign. But hopefully they'll account for that. Optional tablet from now on. I mean, I don't think the tablet system will be here in 1.0. I don't think it's a. I just don't expect that to stay long term. Like as more and more mechanics get added, it's just only having three tablets and the way tablets drop compared to just that being from the tree itself. All right, we got like 15 minutes to get these last few. Life nodes on passive tree. Boss frame UI rework. So I can actually see my fucking buff bar. No more loading screen and loading atlas. All right, that's for later. Nerfs to all skills on gear. They might. Who knows? We need more outlandish ideas. Things that could never actually happen. Swords are here. Uh, more. How do I phrase this? Like more. A second archetype added in addition to Druid. A little secret second set of skills coming out. That'd be a big one. Four. Four. You know? Movement skills being introduced fall under character mobility improvements. I mean, if they're actually like useful without 9 downsides. Bank, you're banned. So yeah, this means like axes or swords or flails or traps or daggers or claws just randomly also is ready and gets released. How you ascend? Well, I think totem might get put in the game, which could be an extra ascend. Downsides removed from the tree. Uh, Greater than 20. Passive tree chain. 50? 40. Greater than 40. Big number. Skill balance. Team returns from year-long vacation. Let's be real. Let's be real. We're reaching for the stars here. Left on tree on there. Oh yeah, I guess that would be the same thing. Druid area of tree reworked. Because you have to assume it's going to happen. When you look at that part of the tree, it looks so unfinished. But like, what if it is finished? What if there's meant to be 3 sections of attack damage nodes? That is free. It is free. But some of these are so cope. We need some more free squares. Brent Turnip cooking is fixed. I think that would fall under either character mobility improvement or player heavy stun removed. A combination of the two of those. What does 4 of them mean? 4 of them. Can you believe it? You know. 0. Reflect. Reflect. 5th act. Yeah, true. 5th act. Done. I'm gonna screenshot just this part the way I made it. And then also click this. Fifth Act is a free space. I don't think we're getting Fifth Act. It's not like 1 square ticked. I think we're gonna have at least like 7. Did I press install? I did. I had some computer issues I was working through for a while that I think we basically just at this point have concluded was just caused by CPU degradation because I am on the Intel 14th gen. But it's like mostly stable now. I still crash every now and then, but after a BIOS update, it's very rare. But Starforge is just gonna send me a free new CPU to swap out. Where's PoE2? I haven't installed it yet. Did I enforce Intel limits? So I did that back in December of last year because I was having crazy crash problems with PoE2, and then I had no problems at all until like last month, and like it's completely like super annoying problems that were so hard to diagnose, but are a lot less often after a BIOS update. And I'm not sure if that like where I'm at now in terms of Intel recommended shenanigans. The thing is, my crashes are like the ones that happened last December and the ones that have started happening and are mostly fixed now, but uh, have been happening. They're like exclusively load screen crashes. It's like 99% of the time. It's always like a load screen into crash. But if I have any crashing still after a new CPU, I did dig through a bunch of crash dumps, but it's like, and I sent them all over to the Starforge guys, and that was their official diagnosis. I'm pretty sure it's just because like I ran with like full driver reinstalls and whatnot, full Windows reinstall at this point. I ran a bunch of like mem testing, CPU and GPU stress testing, all kinds of shit, and uh, nothing popped up like clearly as the culprit. Hence CPU degradation, blaming it. SD memory, yeah. I only let it run for a few hours, but those kind of crashes often don't really give you good feedback on why they happened. Get an X3D. I think when I got mine, I don't know if they were doing X3D when I got mine. They're doing them now, if that's what you want. I can look into RAM downclocking or some shit in the future, but when you already have a full, Intel setup, a lot easier to just pop a new CPU in there and upgrade in a couple years. Then like change the whole motherboard, RAM, whatnot to go for X3D. Two minutes. Dog stream one click and now clear system with a shot. I'll look into it. If I'm still having problems after new CPU. Run ads, yes sir. Running an ad right now, and then I will snooze ads during the stream, but about 50 minutes from now there will be ads playing during the stream. I'll warn you before that. Let's get rid of that. I guess I'll just full screen it. Seconds. Oh my god. Let me go ahead and get my my bingo board ready on my second monitor.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
Let's do it. At W. Yo, Druid spawns in naked. Let's fucking go.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're
Oh,
talking to you.
I asked you a question.
where's the cat? That's a bear. Where's the cat?
What's wrong with him?
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind.
Wipe. Yo, that was a neat little leap there. Minions are still in the game. Is that totems? Lightning, that's the skill. This is the one. This has lightning skills. This is the one. This music gives me Witcher vibes.
I will find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design.
Has anyone found Mankirk's wife?
Spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack.
Instant.
If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam.
How are they going to handle damage scaling?
While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage,
modifiers?
but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies
Like
with
spell
Maul.
damage affects attack damage kind of thing?
Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes.
It has sprint turn rate and a big wind up time.
The more rage you
so
have, the
never be
longer
used
the
as a move
rampage
skill.
lasts. And doing it over a volcano makes it even better.
But if it lasts
As you
super
consume
long, that can be a
rage,
very
your
far
bear
spell.
form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear. Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do.
He's going. Damn,
You can
so
even
that
use
can
it
last
with
pretty
Ancestral
long.
Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Cow. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer.
We need
Finally,
Zergoa.
build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true
RF.
bear apocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the Druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies.
Move more quickly?
The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a
That's a
target and
cooldown.
applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolfman into your side, allowing them to fight with you.
Minions.
Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
It seems like it moves a
Just
good
like
bit
with the
faster when
bear's
it's on all
raw skill
fours.
earlier that allows you to
could
use
be neat.
skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, cross-slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the Wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic Wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's talk about the third form available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one, the Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to.
Here's lightning.
The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle, though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack.
Where's my chaining projectile skill?
Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage.
That was a big explosion.
If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options.
Kinda like the
but how about range?
palm ability.
Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting.
Fire spit. Fire spit.
But that's not
Where's
all
the
you can
damage.
spit.
They never do damage
You have
in
something a
Chuck's
little
special cases.
nastier in that gullet
The
of
characters
yours.
always suck a lot, so you can actually see what the
Spitting
abilities
a
do.
barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a Druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your Wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage. Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last Wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
It's really good single target, I can see it. That's about it. That massive missile penalty is
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems. Spell Totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed. But they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these. Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the
We're not
Twisters on the
getting
Huntress,
Necro.
or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the
almost
ground
furlough.
whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing Storm changes storm skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's
But we're
great for
closer.
watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost.
What is that gonna be?
Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have two options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying as animalistic and magical
Here's
tendencies.
my lightning chaining skill. There it
By
is.
allocating
That's
Druidic
arc, isn't it?
champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are. And with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells.
That's like chaining.
With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle.
Okay, let's see
The
it.
Oracle perfected the power of foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage. And with Converging
Only have one
Paths,
skill.
at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree.
That one's a heart.
By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing their spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory,
Reduced attack
allowing you to
speed.
use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to Zero
Look cool,
Four.
though.
We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
The palace of Queen Atziri.
I only saw
It is in
two.
ruin, but in the dark, a machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal.
New
A
incursion.
gateway through time. Travel into the past again and again.
It's incursion.
Alter the temple. Uncover its
Incursion
secrets.
synthesis?
You will be rewarded for your sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of Atziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Atziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice,
4 of them.
and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple, and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you, and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous. You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Lera Vaal, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Itzeri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Itzeri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed. Itzeri is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed.
Thorns.
But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed. Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example,
Ooh, the gem one
a
destroys
level
too.
3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualottle's
That's the
Thesis,
jug node.
which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal
Damn.
unit,
Damn.
modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random
It's like
mod.
Valborg units? While
For
surrounded.
example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead,
God bless.
allowing you to do the craft later or trade
We
it if
could
you
have
want.
done that with fucking Ashling 4. We
Now,
could have
there
done it that
are all
simply.
sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple.
Instead, Betrayal got
But
nerfed
the
6
last
in a
one I
row.
want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. the Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his
The fuck
personal
is
lab.
that?
Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting
temporary
up from the
power.
table,
He's got a
try
gun.
out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state.
Hardcore, baby!
You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another
Let's
robot
go.
arm, and maybe get a better one next time. Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper-Lartal's medallion will
That's
allow
loud.
you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
Jesus.
Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency.
Currency. 5 exalts.
But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an
That's neat.
item, at the cost of destroying it. Now,
Bow upgrade, get
something
your plus
really
one
important is
arrow
every
things back.
league we release a
Those are still in the
significant
game
amount of
somehow.
content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's
That's the whole
important that
area.
you have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might.
Adziri.
In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face Adziri while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Adziri communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Adziri's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted
Blood mage?
gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree.
They're still doing that.
You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss. but
What
there
if
are
Abyss
more
is better
available
this league
for
than last
doing
league?
depths
Because you can like
and
buff it
killing
now with
certain
this stuff.
bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that. In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well.
Fuck yeah, that shit was so
This
bad.
mechanic felt mandatory on maps because
Yep.
it boosted the value of
Yep,
all
it was
other
bad.
content. But it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter.
Delirium mirrors only. Amen.
Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling.
Yeah, instilling
So
was
we
way
have
too
also
strong.
buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes.
Otherworldly breach.
Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium
looks like
Fog
it-
has been toned down significantly,
It looks like
so
it's
you
like
won't feel
not
like you're just
active when
playing in a
close to
sea
it.
of grey.
Like you're pushing this sea out of the way.
Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters.
I want more pack size.
In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this.
You need less like screen wide clear
Now,
to play the game.
we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we'll need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava.
I don't know what these used to be.
Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills, across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive
Yeah, the
skills
entire
added to
Druid
the
area
passive tree.
reworked. That's what I figured.
These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
Alright, waiting for patch notes.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always,
Run
the
ads.
microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic
Yeah, to get down
and
ads,
do not affect your
so they won't
character's
play during
power
patch
or
notes.
progression in any way. The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue Character Effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble.
This
When
is
you
the
next
current
move, the stone
thing.
crumbles
We
around
got
you.
3 of them. So many of these are
The
patch note
Precursors
reliant.
had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal.
Like most of those are patch
Witness the
notes.
power of its
for
pull
us
as
to
you
know.
approach it.
Or
Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with
one?
the Awakened Precursor armor set. The
They're in
Precursors
fog.
designed and built many
Yeah,
mysterious
we'll
ancient
take it.
beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps
That's
track of the
possible,
number
usable
of
by
charges
Druid.
consumed
It'll be
from
usable
the
by everyone.
Precursor tablets used in the device.
there's no like
Kalgurin pack series
brew class
also
locks in this
contains
game ever.
6 exclusive microtransactions. The Kalgurins had
For, like,
astounding
gems, that
skill in
is.
astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalgurin seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast. This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas. These gilded weapons can be applied to wands, two-hand maces, and shields. After a long day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here.
I'm ready for the Q&A. Hit me with the
What
questions,
better to
Ziggy
accompany
D.
you in Kraken's Cove than a kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout. Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be
Bigger
granted
pack
to you,
size
and
is
when
often
placed,
just
will
fun.
automatically open to any stash tab set with the current
Like when your
skill.
build just clears
To
screens
help
and you have
them
big
to
pack
navigate through your
size, it's
tabs.
just fun.
Additionally,
But like
any
obviously having that many
microtransactions from
monsters
these
on
supporter
screen
packs
forces
will be
you
made
into playing
available for
builds that
use
are
on the
like
Path of Exile
they can do that, and builds that don't have the coverage just like are
Thank you very
unplayable.
much for
So like
all
there's
your
like
ongoing support.
there's
We're just about to
obviously
start the
upsides
Q&A
to the
with
big
Ziggy.
pack size, but there's downsides too.
Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial
Better
information
performance
you'll
too, yeah.
need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward
don't
to
rush to all
playing
between packs?
alongside our
Oh, for
fellow
sure.
Shapeshifting exiles. All
But the number
while
of packs should be the
uncovering
same.
lost
It should just
Vaal
be
secrets
smaller packs,
while
right?
doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so
I like the
please get your
change.
questions ready.
I have to play it to know. Like if I'm running around T15 just like begging for monsters to appear on my screen, then the answer will be no. But most likely the issue with that is that moving a character around isn't fun. More so than like there's too much empty space.
Welcome back,
We'll see.
Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy.
Q&A
We're
time.
going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the fate of the Vaal League while we gather some community questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame, balance, and other game design topics. I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though, is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
we were seeing some people say, oh, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's
I hope the wolf is strong.
super OP. So,
I hope the wolf's OP.
it just comes
That's what I
down
want to play.
to the things you go through in order to demonstrate
I
stuff.
think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstratey side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. There's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know what's going on. They're just looking at a ruckus. And then, in this case, I'd say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow. And as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak. But
I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to understand.
Sure.
I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something and be like, oh, that's just a demonstration. We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the Druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands-on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth. The shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations, you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well. Which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge rolled, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. Like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
we were like trying to. This is not working.
Right.
Like,
Well, I also remember like for a long time the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like it looked really silly. And like man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was I didn't want that too much of that whole like man in a wolf suit vibe.
Yes.
Like I wanted to actually get the feeling of like this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Or are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs. You start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
Actually,
pretty cool.
an interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
Yeah.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. You actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it
from
does.
Rage
So from
expenditure.
rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can. So the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy to someone as far as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on, but you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free-flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we like to try and get. So, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like I absolutely expect that. There's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms and the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it
it's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game. And it's becoming growingly more complicated, but that's also what's fun about the game and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But Yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the, I want to be all forms going between. There was the, I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon. And now we're getting a lot more of, I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly it does just spiral into like, oh my god, there's 20 million variables here, but it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Despite, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form.
Yep.
And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there was definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past
yeah, good.
There's just many entangles going out, and then there's that.
Usually it's like the first 30 minutes of the Q&A is kind of fluff.
I see chat being like, no, Zig, you don't get it nerfed. I do.
We'll wait like 20 more minutes and then turn it on. One like minor little like I want to say pet peeve. That's what it's always called, right? Like, why are these things like 80% convert? Like, so many skills in this game are like 80% convert. Yeah, pet peeve. Like, there's no like small source of convert you can get in PoE2, so every single skill just like leaves part of it as fizz. And because the way like conversion scaling works, percent increased fizz doesn't affect the cold damage, so like you fully lock into only scaling the Ellie typically, because leech is on fizz just to enable fizz leech. I'd rather do 25% more damage and solve mana a different way. Like some of them are 100%. Usually like the secondary parts of skills are 100%, like Galv Shards when they chain. I think Lightning Arrow when they chain. But yeah, it's kind of just like inherited 3% less damage in some way. Swipe with your claws. That's a small damage number, but it's level 1. I mean, at least it seems like they completely removed all of the bullshit base attack time. Because originally, the bear skills in the past were like plus 1.5 second to attack time if used while not a bear. Which like just meant you could never do any sort of weaving ever. It seems like all of that is fully gone at least. Love that. And now it's going to feel more like weapon swapping, where you can easily go back and forth with no downsides. We'll activate the mark and cause an extra shockwave. Yeah, I really hope Wolf Form is OP. Gaining bonus movement speed. Yo, how much we talking? It doesn't say cooldown time doesn't proc while active. Like, it doesn't say the cooldown doesn't occur while it's active. I wonder if you can get permanent on this. We'll see.
It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually, how it works and what allows, having...
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
yeah, right.
Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
It often gets talked about, like, the idea of, like, why are things, like, so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the kind of the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well, the weapon swapping, I mean, you can still use skills from different elements, different weapons and things like that.
The thing is, like, it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear, because, like, definitely some of the bears, I noticed parallels between some of its skills and some of the mace stuff, and I could see absolutely combining, like, this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like, there's, like, very obvious, like, cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got, like, strength versus strength int. Like, we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do, like, cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Yeah. Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, you know, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then interact with all the other skills. So.
Yeah, and now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
Yeah.
Like...
It's interesting actually, those ones, because they're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got dex versus strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the like where the mechanic should go on one side versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the strength int is like you've got the poison on the dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the strength inside, but that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because you know, the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make it so this can apply to some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree, where like now you've got some interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, you know, like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like I do like the idea of being like a rainy druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance. And stuff.
All right, back to reading. This one still has the thing like +4 if used. What is it? +4 attack time if not standing. +4 when shapeshifting. So this one still has some of the shit, unfortunately. So you have to like, how do you make yourself stand up? Like just like stop moving? What is that? So you gain rage, breaks armor. So if you socket a human form Warcry in it, it just doesn't use versus roar at all. But it makes the Warcry better. It's a big cost multiplier, but it makes it so the Warcry is way bigger area, and the follow-up attack will have some increased damage as well. The quiver's kind of insane. It could be. Life on a quiver. Nimbus on a quiver. Could be good. But it's like you have to pierce the targets to return, so it's not like free everything all your turns. Require 20 glory to use. Is this the Rain of Fire? You to stay in bear form, base duration is 10 seconds. 20 glory to use. Gives you a bunch of damage as extra fire. Well, this is like an ultimate skill. Don't even worry about the attack speed multiplier. Like, the bit is that you gain glory and then you press this and have a bunch of meteors falling for a while that might do damage. Control F proj and patch notes. I am decently confident the dumbass +1 arrow rune is not going to be in the game anymore. I can't, like, I was so fucking dumbfounded, literally baffled that that shit existed. That's wild. Like, a rune for +1 proj that's not limited to 1? How? But that one's for sure gone. Like, I'm like, so sure that's gone. That'd be crazy if that was still there. What are they talking about?
Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know that's kind of
Gold, great. Shape-shifting ascendancy. Well, the thing is, like, in Path of Exile, the whole bit is every class can use every single skill. So having like an ascendancy that's fully focused on shapeshifting, they don't want to end up in the scenario where it's like, oh, I'm playing shapeshifting skills, so I obviously play only the shapeshift ascendancy. They want all ascends to have a little more nuance and like use than that, so that you can play these skills on different setups and have it like make sense. It's why like Saboteur got totally like reworked in Po 1, because it had like a bunch of trap and mine stuff to where you just like always play trap modes on those, and Inquisitor occasionally. They just want things to be a little more varied than that. Ever got Sling Ellie anyways? We'll see. I think that skill might get fucking nuked from orbit. We'll see. Or rods might. Yeah, Wing Blast, like, this shit knocks you back, so like, fuck that. And it knocks you back a lot. Like, it's like a big disengage. I guess maybe you can use this to move forwards, like to just disengage backwards. Because that moves you so far, and there's no cooldown, right? Like, that shit moves you so far backwards so fast. It's got plus 0.3 to total attack time, but it's still pretty fast. What is a 10% surpassing chance to grant a power charge? What does that mean? Per monster power? It says modified by monster power. But like, I don't even know what that word means in that context. Incomparable or outstanding. Exceed, be greater than, be better than. So 10% minimum, but it scales upwards by monster power, and like, I just don't know why surpassing even needs to be there. Like, it could just say 10% chance modified by power, but I guess that just clarifies. It means that it's going up. Meaning it can't be modified by other chance to gain power charge stuff. We'll see. I assume end game I can hit alt on it and I'll get the tilt up, because like, I don't fucking clue what that means. Maybe it goes over 100. It could be that. It can go over 100 and give multiple. Devour a corpse. So when you consume a corpse, you gain life back and you gain power charges. That's a really good way to get power charges. It's got like plus 0.5 second base, up to 0.5 seconds, that's total attack time based distance traveled. But like 170 attack speed, it's fast. It's neat. Time to just be a spellcaster build that uses power charges and you just fucking eat the corpses to get them. 3 power charges, clear a screen. 3 power charges, clear a screen. And it leaps to the corpses too. Could be a thing. Oil Barrage. I'm not trying to get invaded by America. I don't want to use this ability. But like, That's a big attack speed, attack damage multiplier with the empowered shit. Like, how do you empower it? Consume power charge. Applies exposure. Every 2 seconds, it consumes a power charge. That seems like that's a huge damage number. Like, the proj is sequential. Wouldn't that mean this is effectively a 300% speed skill that does 200% attack damage times 3 because it's sequential proj? That sounds like absurdly high damage. Because like Wind Blast does 100% damage, right? And does 100% damage once. This has like a 3x multiplier from the speed, a 2x multiplier from the damage, and then another 3x multiplier from the proj. And it also has built-in exposure. But you have to have power charges every 2 seconds. Like that seems like a huge number. I don't know. We'll see. But it says you're more susceptible to melee damage when you're channeling this, right? I don't see that listed anywhere in the gem info. That was only in the teaser. You can't move. Yeah, you can't move. It's like a single target blaster thing. Flame breath. No rage cost first 4 seconds of channeling. What empowers it? Consume power charge to empower. Yeah, I mean, this is like only ever going to be a single target skill, but even that, this skill does way less damage than Oil Barrage. Based on these numbers. Like, looks overtuned. I would expect the attack damage number on this to be cut in like a quarter. Or for like the proj to like have spread so it doesn't actually always hit the same target, because those numbers are crazy. We'll see. Alright, and then we got some Druid spells. Do I care? Do I care about spells? Say the nerf bows. I think that'll be the patch notes where we learn about that.
You realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal
right?
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class, you won't have to worry about it. But as you get deeper in, and if you want to do hybrid spell attack, you are going to have to think about like, okay, what are my attack passives, what are my spell passives, and do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. So like the weapon specialization tree thing, you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
no. You don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
If I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that. Right. Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
But mostly that's just because you have get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of that. All right, so we'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separately.
And they're not connected. Like they
not at all,
have
right?
To be, right?
They're not.
Still nothing that I really care about yet there. I don't know if I really care about druid spells. I feel like I want to be a werewolf. Actually, I do care about spell totem. So it consumes 3 full-ass charges. Totem lasts for 8 seconds. Skills deal more damage per power charge consumed. And they have more life and duration per endurance charge consumed. But then they have less damage, less cast speed, which is not as big of a penalty as I would expect, compared to like Poen totems at least. But you can only have 1 totem by default. Could be neat, could be cool. We'll see.
Pain story beat.
What about now?
So, going on now?
There's a few things going on there. So like initially, this league, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the league. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost a baby version of the mechanic where you've got a lesser number of rooms, like it's kind of a bit simpler, like to start out with. And then once you pass the sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past, you've got a little more story stuff going on. It did add quite a lot more work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the league has a lot more going on, it just doesn't kind of you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror gothic secondary 3 dimensions deep of I'm in the past or in some sort of demon realm now. I don't know what's going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges.
Why 10% more than some totem than less? Well, this is how totems always are. Like they do less damage and attack slower than players, just to basically because they're passive and they just do it on their own. The 10% more per power charge is to differentiate the types of totems you spawn. Like endurance charge consumption makes the totem last longer and be tankier. Power charge consumption, power is based around offense. It gives you some more damage from your totem. I wonder what happens if you have 3 of both. It says or, not and. I wonder if it would consume both and give you all of it. The Druid ascendancies, do they have these shown yet somewhere? New support gems. Supports plant skills. The echo causes an effects to happen again after a short delay, growing larger each time. It's travel a certain distance. So you have to move 10 meters. They become unusable after use. They have less area, less damage, less power. And they get bigger per echo. So you have to move a full screen per time you can use the war cry. So it's very bad on single target. But when you're map clearing, you can move a whole screen, war cry, and then like attack once, because most war cries only even exert one thing anyways, and then it'll proc again twice. So you can kind of like get like 3 exerts instead of only 1. Like per use, but only while map clearing. It's kind of neat. Less aftershock area of effect, less damage with aftershocks, but they cause one of the aftershock ahead and to each side. So, I mean, I assume the less aftershock area would probably try to make it not overlap. Yeah, I mean, 50% less attack speed fucking sucks. You always hate seeing that. I wonder if this could give like crazy coverage though, just because it's like Awakened Spell Cascade kind of aftershock stuff. If it overlaps on the middle, then it still is like a pretty big multiplier, but yeah. Less attack speed. Stop. When you freeze a target with supported skills, for each one raise you have, you and allies in your presence gain 1% as cold for 20 seconds. Okay. 20 seconds is a very long time. So if you have rage and you can just like fucking use some trash like movement skill that also does cold damage, you gain 20 seconds of like 30 extra as cold. Just a little buff you can always have. It's kind of neat. As long as you have like trash monsters to freeze. Blah. So
You're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at the first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of
Talking
building
about
on what you're
Alba
doing
now.
each time.
Yeah.
It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being a roguelike itself.
Yeah.
Exactly. So with that design then, I'm curious, like, does it like fully reset at some point? Like, for example, when you kill at Zeri or
It never
something?
fully resets, but when you kill at Zeri or defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this
Okay.
kind of destabilization thing. It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets rid of at that point, and then you kind of have to build up again. That's just. That effectively means that like when you do those options, you're getting like new reward rooms and things to play, so it's giving you new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again. And then ideally those reward rooms can be rewarding enough that the benefit of going back to smaller is or I'd say the negative of going back to smaller is completely outweighed by the benefits you're getting from the extra rooms that you're able to place.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can,
because
yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
on that
you can,
grid.
yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
not
I mean,
running out Zeri?
it's absolutely intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated at Zeri enough times, you've got the uniques from there, and you've done like other things like that. Then you absolutely will like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff, and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize. Because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill at Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
And we wanted to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So you can,
if you want, or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs
Nice.
if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it. The
Well,
problems
the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having to craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just need to.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing architect and at Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on PoE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except depending on honestly having the lever this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing. We get to control that a lot better and iterate on that if we need to. So
yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought
established-
about it, but it can. I could see, because I was just thinking about it, going, I reckon people are going to get mad at this. And I was just looking at it, going like, the idea that it's like, hold on, I can't farm the bosses. I either have to pick bosses or pick temple. It can be quite bad.
Well,
so
yeah, that's clear then that you've kind of already got your hand hovering over the lever waiting to like adjust it as needed.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of hard to know with, I mean, even if, it's
the thing with this sort of stuff specifically is you're talking about that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
because how can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, it's
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully. But I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things that you can trade. Like trading the rewards was the reason why we did our temple itemization in the first place. Yeah, just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can, you know, be take back that you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, you know, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the temple, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because like, obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Vaal orbs aren't even in the game at that point. Yeah. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. Yeah. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for endgame.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game? You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but just use it.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a substantial buff to campaign crafting from my experience of messing with it so far. It's like you basically go in and there's like 6 crafting rooms and you're like just going on a little crafting spree of like upgrading your gear. Like,
yeah, I mean the temple we it's funny because there's always the question whenever we make a league of like, well, what if people always say, oh, there's no reason to do this during the campaign, and it's like we really have to incentivize that to make it so that no, there's actually worth
like
doing. You're going to get a
right?
substantial power boost if you decide to engage with the league.
Yeah, you could. It seems
I mean,
like you can kind of
Siphon's a rare modifier. It doesn't sound like it
you can be
deletes it
like,
to me.
Oh, my gear's kind of okay now. I'm going to do that a little bit later.
You always want it to be both feeling rewarding and give you obviously an advantage, and also not feel so mandatory.
It's like a divine orb.
Like, ugh, what?
It felt like kind of a bit optional in the sense that like, oh, I really need some gear upgrades now. Let's go into the temple and.
Like the only way you could delete one is if it's increasing the tiers of the others, not increasing the numeric values. Like my assumption is that it would reduce the value of one and increase the value of the others, but just like a divine. If it's fully removing a modifier, it has to do more than just divine the other modifiers. It's a corrupted piece of it's a corrupted item. You can't like re-exalt afterwards.
Here from the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost shifted it over.
Yeah. There's some modifications, but it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we've effectively got our, allocated amount of rewards and crafting and stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do, and we're just trying to make sure that it fulfills that it fills that budget, so to speak. Of
you're getting a lesser jewels orb in Keth or something like that, kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement to campaign, so it's good to see continuing with that. Then it felt pretty successful as a design decision. Nice. I'm really glad double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE1, you never Vaal orb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right.
So yeah, you have to Vaal orbs land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
Cool. I like it. That's the Vaal spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's
4 socket boots.
Many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
so you actually have to though, like it has to be crafted.
Yep, so you craft first and then you can apply the double craft.
Okay, cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Vaal orbs there as well to kind of.
Yeah, I didn't want to Vaal orbs to just. I mean,
Yeah,
you'd still use them on
that was
lightweight stones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, you know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of in PoE1 recently where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
Yes.
So this is limited to specifically Adziri. No, what
Not
is it?
Adziri, Vaal uniques. Yeah, so I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any unique. But the problem is, yes, it was just a can of worms that like was just not even possible to contain. Basically what we were like, okay, is there still a way to do this that's like not going to be quite so crazy? And then we were like, okay, if we can pick a subset of uniques, and we ended up going with Vaal uniques, you know, for obviously thematic reasons, then we can sort of make sure that like while it's still crazy, like there's some sort of insane interactions, we can kind of at least have somewhat of an understanding of what happens. But it does truly work where like it picks a random mod that's on the item and then replaces it with another random mod. So you can create some.
You can use it on non-Vaal.
It's for tablets. That's it for now.
Differently.
Huh?
I don't know. This is news to me. I didn't actually know that. What is that?
Excuse me?
I think it's similar to Ancient Orb in PoE1, so it like re-rolls it. The idea here is like it's meant to work on these Vaal items because they've been like infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Vaal uniques is different to just random uniques. Where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Vaal. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Vaal unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Using it on the Vaal uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Xerxes body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so all of a sudden you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Vaal pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully, and it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means, so if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Vaal unique. So hopefully that's fun, and then you do the cool things, you just get these really, really... I assume you're going to get some that have these... You replace the exact two bad sides with the exact two because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad, but we'll try. You can never know with these things for sure.
And this includes the new Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously, since she's kind of the queen of the Vaal.
Yep, Adzira uniques, Trial Master uniques, a bunch of stuff. So
it's a fair few there then. Is that something that you anticipate expanding upon in the future then?
I mean, we'll be always adding more Vaal uniques.
Right.
So yes,
but in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss the idea of Vaal skill gems? It feels weird to add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Vaal skill gem is in PoE 1 is a kind of ultimate type style ability in some sense, So it's we're kind of doing that in our normal gems at this point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's the glory on the skills.
Glory kind of
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's kind of you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value at this point, I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got all the classes and skills in place and all that. Right. I would say that's a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. It basically was kind of during early access. It doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? On
well, we don't have anything to say at the moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when. At what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's when are we going to do it and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now, nothing.
All right. So on endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium fog.
Yeah.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the endgame, but not only that, you guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the tablet waystone system.
I mean, the very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
The fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem.
Instilling was
regardless
so
of
broken.
the fact that the effect is also annoying, So that was the first thing to solve, and it really then started coming into, okay, well, how people are finding waystone crafting more annoying. And we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not particularly. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do. In which case, it's more about which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So we decided to go with no leagues do because I think that it's probably just less busy work, less annoying. If every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're from this point on, just waystones, they all get regular. They'll have the regular crafting of just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again and a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then, of course, the question was, how can we make sure that we're not doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into, how can we get back the, the power you had? So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that. In order to
that's only after you kill.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more end game for this expansion. So what's kind of happened with the?
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. You don't have an immediate okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when that goes to end game later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those. But the other thing as well is the Atlas tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So we just need to do a lot more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic. Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
oh
but the
my.
thing is that in order to make it good, you have to spend a lot of time and attention making new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully do something. And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So,
do you have an idea for what you want to do with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of angling more towards what you've done in Puppet
Well,
One,
the
which has been pretty
trees.
successful?
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll
Sure.
be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
There's
but
stuff we want to do.
suffice to say,
we're
clearly not happy with it.
a bit of trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar.
Yeah.
It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
And so I
tricky.
do want to put, like, people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think, they're reworking it in game anyway, so I'm not going to say anything. Just in case. You never
because
know.
there's
And we
also different
can-
parts of
Yeah.
the end game that kind of are like independent of the, just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So, yeah.
But, yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change. And then, the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like, the burning monolith but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing. Now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home. And then the other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mist and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we've got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated, and it was just like, oh, damn, we kind of talked about wanting to do an in-game upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option: do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040. But then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing. So what can we do? Well, obviously we're not just going to be like, because we're doing it in 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
All fogs, like the volumetric fogs in the game, have a cutout around the player.
Yeah.
That like cuts out and then tapers off. And all fogs in the games, there's multiple different fogs, had it except for Delirium Fog. It was the only fog that didn't have this. So that was, well, like, we can start there by re-adding it, and then we'll iterate until we feel like it's about right. But yeah, kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh, damn. It was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended. So obviously, fixing it is the important thing. But Yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
They can finally rest.
your thank you for your service.
Your watch is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like I can't move anywhere. It looked a lot better from the footage, so it's a big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so when we were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything, then there's no point in like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning speed.
Right. So effectively, by making it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful.
The need for having to target so many enemies goes down.
Exactly,
and thus
right.
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused and more like, I mean, obviously you're still going to want AoE, you're still going to be wanting to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation there.
I want to make sure that even if people are like, but I prefer the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of, like, Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. Yeah. So, like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing, because we're doing this whole, like, monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels, so like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places, but I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to, at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, intention. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is. I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's two games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas Tree and through decisions you make for the end game, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine.
okay.
There'll be heaps of mechanics and stuff, but like ideally you can kind of play the game you want to play the game. And so in our tree and our builds, much like you can play the character how you want to play your character, we can do that with the end game as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into like kind of spoiler territory.
That's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary. Where like in the past, it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can. But maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean, that's exciting to me because I like the ability of being able to spec content that rewards your character that has low AoE, that is like really good at like dueling really tough rare monsters. And like, you know, we did get to see a little bit at Imperial 1 where there was different strategies for juicing, where like you had like Titanic Scarabs or something that was making like really strong rogue exiles, and that took a specific sort of build to do. So it sounds like that's kind of the direction you want to head with that, which is pretty exciting to hear. And kind of tying into this topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like, there's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that? It gets talked about a lot.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong that it's like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get like we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content. And so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is, like we've got the balance of that where it should in an ideal world be the case that like, killing a rare versus killing a white monster is, does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is, what if your build can one hit either of them in any case? Well, so that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So, but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just,
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies to be viable, like the pack size juicing, then there needs to be a reward, a payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to, in order to kill them, as far as like, relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the
that's
balance
what the
of
current
things
balance
and
is.
options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye
sure.
on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols. And that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like, every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really, like it wasn't really that great. So it's kind of been a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that like, everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like, for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vaal, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. You can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4 too, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
Appear on the minimap.
Is that new?
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
Okay, right.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot. But that was implemented a while ago.
Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Not every icon.
Yeah.
So strongboxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay. Just so basically you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
Now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map activating them all and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time.
Right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah, so it's kind of meant to be like, look, you've explored at least, if there's, generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Right.
It's about getting those last things. And
then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
Because so then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But that's a perfect example of, again, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback, because like this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently.
It's a case study, because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seems
here's
like
dopamine.
I love the
Here it comes.
but I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good.
Oh, here it comes.
What you're doing here,
This is a good middle ground.
it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go back through it and waste a bunch of time, so that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise strategy. Nice little extra bonus reveal there.
You just said rare monsters and I just had this random
Good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that
Plus
like more of the
5
power
levels
is
on
kind of being
wand.
shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is there something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. Be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and which they're all different. right? The way that the monster scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean I don't. Couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that we wanted the class stats on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally, the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class stats were stronger than
you get
stuff,
the M on the top and stuff like that, and so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that
too. More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that
ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Ultimately that's what it comes down to is if my gear is, if I'm wearing all white gear, how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? That's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is
life on the tree is multiplicative with life on gear.
The more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just since you brought it up, I guess still pretty happy with the decision to remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
It's we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So the tree will just continue to evolve, and we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the Druid ones, but not just that. We added more ignite support around the mercenary. For example, this time as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to more prod speedy stuff because we were looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, you can shoot them across the screen. And so well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, So we're doing a bunch of little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right, and so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But I actually prefer it doing it that way than just increasing all the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is too easy, well, then you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in the same place. So it's what did you actually achieve?
So with the approach to life then, which I feel makes sense, not wanting the trees to look the same and whatnot, how do you feel about why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life? Because there's a lot of ES scaling, and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
I guess
going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But, you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee-jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest, is kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of...
That is still the intention, yes. That is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, you know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, yeah, historically, it's again, you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff. And all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about. And all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously you'd do this. So
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And so it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite, you know. I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well, cool. Look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be, up to like one or two of us. I mean, historically, it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now. To
pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, there's a very, very considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that. It's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good things bad. Well, bring them in. Not, whatever.
You want to make good things bad quite a little time.
Yeah, I was like, maybe not that. But it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes and what it allows us to do, and have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles. That's fine, which should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. Right. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. Mm-hmm. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. Right. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons, and it was something where like you would you sort of had this baseline of some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
They were illegal for other reasons.
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I should look at the chat over there and see if it's a W or an L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. But anyway,
I particularly was... I particularly was like... I actually don't like crafting mechanics that cause you to have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them.
How do you mean?
Well, it's a bit tricky. I mean, it's like a whole other conversation probably. Yeah. But they
That's
I don't
a good
think
conversation.
that they were quite right for PoE 2.
But anyway, that's kind of off the point. I just randomly just started talking about stuff.
We'll talk more on the
It's real easy to just pivot to start listing nerfs and things you're removing for some reason.
Calm down.
Sorry, but there is an issue. I understand it. I understand the whole. I have this perfect wand. But I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
and in
that
particular
power.
that still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE1 you had this thing where if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure, the increase in the mana cost. But
I suspect at the end of the day it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it.
And that's it. It's just if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough where it's like you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way. And that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to improve spell damage though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that, if I recall.
It's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah. Added damage we removed because you just ended up doing a damage effectiveness on then every single skill to the point where it ended up being...
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find it to be a bit confusing for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of really hoping to avoid it. I did have this sort of feeling though back when we did that, this inevitable like we're probably going to have to add it back again one day, and I'm not going to like that because like it is a very useful tool, but yeah, I think it's just I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
The damage is extra.
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting a little bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons. So we'll say it's related. But in 040, we are doing a change where, even though we're not changing the plus spell so much, we are making it so that you can't essence +3 spells on the foci, which I said before. Just to be clear, that is a change. But the other thing we're doing is we're taking
it was like higher than the base roll.
It's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. It makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damages the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana. I don't remember what else. The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So
does that include plus doubles though?
And then so if you want,
that's a suffix.
Like it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you. Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage. I actually think it was than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still obviously its own problem, but it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
you actually made a ton of changes to just weapons, like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes. When we were adding the talismans for the Druid, we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate, maybe, where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to hypothetically. It's like you go from two-handed mace to 3 to two-handed mace 4. You know, you're going along the, I don't know what the actual names are. And then all of a sudden, like two-handed mace 5, it's got some implicit on it. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. But the damage is actually, the base DPS of that weapon is actually lower than the one before it. That was like 6 levels lower. And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. Yeah. The valuation of the implicit's damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a whole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately we saw, and he was like, okay,
we're doing a little bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas like you get to end game and it's like, okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with the slow, heavy hitter? And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the end game choices for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base DP. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not, nothing make or break, but like it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the Druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So, yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, yeah, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects currency drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory, right? Because like, what do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower. It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. It's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly a mass amount of misunderstanding as to how it works, and people going, look, it does exactly this change, and it's like, it's not even doing 1/10 of what you're saying it's doing. That being said, I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with, again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden, there's some formula somewhere, you know, that no one has access to except for us.
And you've always been a bit secretive on drop related stuff in particular, and like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like, misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted, we were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, you know, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's also, it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like we can't say like the number of the like what okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that, and that's why like the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated, and there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be.
I think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
I'm like,
and that's very
it's
difficult.
okay. I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex
Jesus,
give?
What if we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense.
Cool.
Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more raw damage, having access to shock, and even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute, and I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with, like, the balance between the elements and
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, you know, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't
tons of things
that aren't lightning builds necessarily.
Nice.
But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, you know, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, you know, kind of enjoyable. So again, it's more important to not just nerf. Oh, now they're equal. So yeah, I won't say we're there yet, but the problem is obvious, so at least it's not.
And you don't really want things to be like the same power level ultimately. Like it seems like, you know, one of them should be more damage, and one of them has like more utility, like cold with freeze and chill.
Well, for sure, like cold
but ultimately, people aren't going to accept if one element has more clear speed than another. So like, while it may not be damaged directly, it is in some indirect way it needs to translate to damage on some level.
I mean,
because, you need to, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So, you know, that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well, but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah, but I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that, you know, the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling for lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah, shock. I mean, shock is pretty hectic.
Like,
kind of, you have this thing where it's like, okay, well, let's say even cold. Obviously, you can freeze more often, but then often the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting in there, then, you know, poise timer before they can be CC'd again. You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So, like, already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100. And in some cases, you know, Stormweaver even go further than that. Whereas you can't exactly be doubling the power of a of a chill necessarily, and so on. So there's like even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. Yep. So even if it was meant to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change, but yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the Shock back and some of the other outliers here and there was a first step in the direction, but it's very important not to just do a like, I hate lightning, goodbye lightning, you know. It's like, be easy to do, it's the wrong thing to do for sure. So
yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's why I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned, you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging ailments, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
like
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. I mean, well, yeah, it is, as you said. It's just, well, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it. And, you know, I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's yeah. I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the like gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like I don't know, like, oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I mean, I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
like, 100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but you know, it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the, you know, it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, you know, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, you know, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And but yeah, I know there's other problems, like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like, if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong, like for example the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright. right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know. I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good, and so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like, yeah, that's obviously right, let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added, so yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it,
yeah, okay.
for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Like omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss craftings now that that's going core? Is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
sure, there'll be a few.
All my preserved ribs.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually,
I
that's
mean,
in 20
inherently
minutes.
we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point for sure. But it's still there when you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons where it's like, oh, there's things here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of Vaal stuff too. Well, the new Vaal stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
I'll tell you, like, if we have a end-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that. Finally, we can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play, they gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result, like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people like the league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are.
But yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it. Because like that, you know, so long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll keep. I'll ask about that like everything. I think, because it's like where do you guys feel it's at now? Yeah. What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Oh, very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that, one change we have made, which is kind of interesting.
Oh shit!
I think it's a kind of,
whenever Mark's talking, oh god, what's he gonna be?
Because I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them, and it's quite interesting because
that's movement speed.
Obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the movement speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got
play movement speed. No,
kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that.
I'm gonna go press some whirling blades.
Makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game, but those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool. What else is not much else has really changed
kind
there.
Of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move faster. It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so move speed's less important, I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks team. Just confirming that. I feel like that's been discussed fairly well at this point.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. It's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other, because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on, you know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that...
we've done number buffs at the very least, yes. I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, for just like, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes. I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
pretty
changes everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks... we have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like, when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like, we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. Yeah. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like, so it's a different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like, not because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's only monsters. And so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing... I've held back... From the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes. I think that's like a massive improvement to the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes, and that's because all of our stuff is... And that's just not to say there's nothing changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like. I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on endgame ones, boss ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time.
Nice.
Well, I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says, will be in a post later this week. Or later, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like a new melee weapon. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but the talisman's a melee weapon.
No, melee is never right in any game ever.
Well, because melee is only dual strike without splash or
there's a
initial
funny
strikes.
phenomenon right now where it's like, whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarterstaves are over in the corner crying. It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah,
It's
but
just like doesn't count as well.
But it's
It's
well,
like a half-ranged weapon, I guess.
Stormwave really melee.
Is there a single spear ability that's
There's always
melee
a
that does
funny
anything?
exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it
That's
comes
lightning
down
spear
to is
only.
the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
we need swords.
We need
yeah.
swords.
So swords are.
funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for
Swords are
sure.
a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
Kind of a lot better now, for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully made, like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game. But certainly the gap has narrowed and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other. And less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit, for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing when you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. Some of these outliers 100% brought into place, given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision what would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be? If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, up
Nice.
at the top tier, generally.
Great. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
That might have
they
been
were
the
like
case a long
That
time
was
ago.
actually,
that was like
that was
nerfs or
actually for the
something.
Huntress.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah, so it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
probably
Like,
not anytime soon. No.
Decided not less interesting than
Yeah,
other
yeah.
options. Yeah, all right, cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
So it's,
And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
looking forward to it, so I can
Yeah, I know.
actually
I
do
know.
inventory management.
I know.
controller.
We will have it, but yeah,
Controller inventory. Oof,
Yeah,
No.
but yeah.
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily, it sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
Don't know how to have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really, really do. So, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year.
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having, to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like,
you need to do.
We want people to play the game still and enjoy it and, do what we want to do. But so, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
Your rule of cool of like, we want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean, that has an expense.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but...
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
true.
That's
what needs to happen first. So
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage was like, it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because like that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
So under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like, I've been focusing a lot myself actually and trying to make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. Traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launched, just because, the thing with multi-threading is that, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make a video on exactly some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time on it. And as I said, already it's so much better now. We'll be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All
so
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested in listening to us anymore.
Amen. Appreciate the Q&A. Alrighty. So here's the bit. We're going to go top to bottom. Not going to do any control Fing, not going to do any of that bullshit. We're going top to bottom, reading the things that are important, and that's about it. Don't post too many spoilers because it's weird. And by doing it, you're weird. Let's go. Fresh new economy. This is all league stuff we already know. New playable character class, just the Druid. New sports skills, uniques, bunch of passive tree changes. Talismans are two-handed martial weapons for shape-shifting attacks. I don't know what that means. Abyss out of the game. Starting in Act 2, so it's still in the campaign. Love that. I'll zoom in, sorry. Abyss encounters out of the end game, and there's tablets. So Act 2 for Abyss. Hopefully it's pretty common. Preserved vertebrae no longer drop. This is the mapping one, right? I assume. So, a bunch of improvements to stuff, CPU stuff. Tailwind now grants a 1% move speed, 2% skill speed instead of 3%, 10% evasion instead of 15%, and some extra deflection mitigation. Deadeye nerfed. I mean, the move speed is still the same. Evasion's a little bit lower, skill speed is a little bit lower, but this was only 10% move speed before, right? Either way, good enough. Deadeye nerfed, crossed off. Base unarmed 10 times faster. Cool for like core stuff gamers. Modifiers the number of enemies required because they're surrounded can no longer reduce the required number of enemies below 1. I don't know what the fuck that means. Rage regen now pauses rage decay similar to other enemies gaining rage. If you're regening it, you'll never degen rage. I think that's relevant for the new Druid ascendancy. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10 rage. No longer causes a visual effect on your character until you have 10 or more rage. PDR from armor can no longer cause it to deal 0 damage. This is mostly targeted at preventing cases where multi-hitting player skills can deal 0 damage to armored monsters at very low levels. Interesting. I never knew that was a problem with player skills dealing 0 damage, but cool. In most cases, this would never matter. Igniting aura effects, including igniting ground, no longer apply infinite ignites. Instead, they apply regular ones with standard duration. Weird, don't care. Sounds like a minion skill almost. All skills granted by ascendancy are now automatically activated when granted. Don't care. Wind ward removed. Yo! There goes like all of Deadeye max hit defense. God damn. But you get more points to spend on offense. Bullseye now requires called shots and applies more crit weakness. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy, which grants the Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye. While active, firing a range attack prod will create a Mirage. I mean, this is... Is it on you? Or is it... Is it on the ground? Because isn't the PoE2 version of this on the ground? Same as the support. I think it's on the ground. So probably not super good. But god damn, Deadeye nerfed. Love it. Fuck Deadeye. We're playing Druid only. Pathfinder. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. Cannot be heavy stun while sprinting. Yo, friendship with Deadeye gone. Pathfinder friendship has arrived. Unfortunately, this means heavy stun is still in the game. Added the new passive cumulative ascendancy skill that can do... Yo, Scion. So you can choose multiples of these. Each one is trading 1 ascendancy point for 4 passive points, and you can go to the starting locations of various classes. Going to Witch Start can help get a bunch of ES %. Going to Warrior Start, don't. No, you can't go to Monk, right? It's only Warrior and Sorceress. It's only the other pure classes, no hybrids. Lost Poison Prolif. Yeah, that's rough. Attribute passive skills offer additional options. Interesting. I mean, this could make your skills free with 20 points, right? But yeah, like, when you're playing hybrid evasion ES things, it can't. Oh, because it's like a multiplier. So 100% is half cost. Yeah, that makes sense. So, I mean, 5% increased damage. We figured out what dexterity gives, I guess. Kind of mid stats. Once you have good gear with the stat changes, you could, in theory, yeah, like global defense is really good. I think builds typically have like 30 travel nodes, like 30-ish, 35 maybe. So if you somehow weren't stat hungry, you could do that, or like 120% evasion NES, that could be really good. But you know, you need really good gear to be doing this. Like really, really, really good gear to do this. I don't know what these even do. Ritual Sacrifice Stolen modifier duration is 120 seconds instead of 20, so 2 minutes instead of 20. I need to open POE too, which I don't think I have downloaded. Let's see. POE planner, because I don't know the names of all these things yet. So before, what's it called? Corrupted Life Force. Grants Blood Boil, 50% more damage to things affected by Blood Boil, but I don't even know what that does. But you know, that's if it's always up, always on, that's good. Ritual Sacrifice. So you like basically it's like headed there for one mod, right? Seems kind of rough until you fish for like a good mod. Imploding impacts now also grants flavor whenever you inflict increases all damage taken from hits instead. So is that instead of 20% increased fizz damage taken, it's 20% increased all damage taken? So if you're like doing like fizz conversion abilities, like breaking armor still helps you. This is some minion bullshit. Surprising strength has been removed. Alright, let's go to... Why are there Among Us things all over this PvE planner? So, what is surprising strength? 50% more damage against heavy sled enemies is what that was. Crushing impacts now also grants 25% more. So basically, this is gone, and now it's just part of this, gets 25% more to things that are heavy stunned. Added the new Mountain Splitter sensitive passive skill, which grants every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures, which you use yourself, causes one additional aftershock ahead into the side of each initial area. But without the huge downsides of the support gen that does the same thing. Every third, so it's not on like a big timer at least. It's behind crushing impacts. Like that's like every third skill is like huge. I wonder if you can animation cancel these to just like, that'd be super annoying to play, but it'd be neat. Each notable passive connected to this mismatched rework now grants 200 armor in addition to its other bonuses. And what were these bonuses? That's this. It was like a bunch of resist, some life, some strength, unaffected by ignite, armor applies to Ellie, but I think the chest mod is like the similar number, some fizz conversion, regen, stun threshold, crit mitigation, armor to chaos stuff. Padded plates, lead lining, heavy bracing have been removed. What's heavy bracing? So only the fire res one is still there. And the stun threshold one is gone. Invasive platted plates, glory generation, thorns damage, increased spirit. Crit DR1 is buffed to be actual crit immune. This gives you unaffected by all damaging ailments instead of only ignite. Fire spell on melee hit granted by heat of the forge. People ever play that? They only ever played the anvil one, right? The temper weapon skill now costs no mana, combust, does more damage, has bigger radius. And this is also minion shit. So You just gained some base armor. Infernalist, Seething Body no longer grants while on the high Infernal Flame. Gain damage is extra. Now grants gain Archon when you cast a spell while on high Infernal Flame. Elemental Archon does not expire while on high Infernal Flame. Lose when you reach maximum. I don't know how relevant that is. Not an Archon enjoyer enough to know. Blood Mage now also gains on... Is this a point you actually took? Let's see, where's Blood Mage? You... No. Okay, so worthless. Refracted Infusion now grants Infusion. Gain another different Infusion instead of a chance. Storm Circulation now also grants Remnant to make that different further away. The whole, like, Remnant shit just sounds so bad to me. Like, just, like, conceptually, like, I never want to deal with any of that shit. Unless my character is, like, strong enough that I can just... basically, like, one-shot all the full screen in front of me, and then pick up the Remnants while I'm looting their corpses. Because, like, anything other than that, like, I don't want to ever deal with that. Not when you move so slow. Like, walking around to pick up things off the ground is like, I don't want to do that. Inevitable Agony now granted by inevitability is updated. Ignores the curse limit. 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when the curse expires. How long is the curse? I mean, that's just 50% more damage as a curse. It ignores the curse limit, but you have to wait for it to expire, so only on like actual bosses that would live the full duration of a curse. It doesn't list it as like life removal. It listed as hit damage dealt to them again, which could double dip on mechanics like resist shred, right? It might have protection so it doesn't work that way, but the way this is worded sounds like it could double dip. It just has no ailments. So if you had like a bunch of shred and shock, it'd actually be way more than 50%. But who knows? It just depends on if it's allowed to be scaled by those multipliers twice. Because if so, there'd be a lot of double dipping here that would make it more like double damage. Greasemakers effect too. Yeah, true, with like some tree stuff. But it just requires the target to live for 7 seconds. Or like 3, I guess, if you're gonna like... But the whole curse delay thing still exists. I can't believe curses still have a delay. The delay is the cast time. It's fucking 1.5 seconds before it activates. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Infusion now grants plus on max colders per 3 blue instead of 4. So lightning rest stuff buffed. And you get a few more charges from this gymling thing. Tactician. Didn't this do actually 0 damage before? I'm not even going to think about that skill until I see someone press it and it actually kills the whole screen. Artillery Boost no longer grants motion build up, now it grants skill speed. That's much better. That's actually useful. This also way better, more damage instead of increased. So like all these little totem things got buffed here. Strategic embankments. Which one is this? Totems you place grant auras. Too dumb to know how good any of that actually is. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their life instead of 40. This is a buff. Yeah. Because it lowers their concentration, so you deal more damage faster. Instead, grant Sorcerer Ward also protects against physical and chaos damage. What did they do before? Now instead grants, that's all it does. So you lose the effect and the faster, but it works on everything instead of only Fire, Cold, Lightning. I don't know how big Sorcery Wards actually get, how fast it recovers. Invoker buffed. Less of an evasion penalty than before. Soul Springs return on that grants minutes will have increased reserve efficiency. Unbound Avatar updated, equivalent of 12 seconds. No longer has a cooldown for applying ailments. Base Darkness now gives +10. Alright, let's go see if clicking the darkness nodes actually makes your character stronger or weaker now. Because before it was, you clicked 4 points and your character was worse. For spending 4 points. Let's see. Alright. +10 per level instead of +8. So you get 100, say you're level 90, you have like what, 1,000 base darkness, 2,000, and if you're actually chaos risk capped, like close to 2,000 darkness. Yeah, I think that still makes your character worse. I don't understand. Like, if this didn't have the no spirit downside, it wouldn't be that broken. It would just be like, it would be strong. But I don't even think it'd be like mandatory by any means. But like, Ghost Shrouds are better than, assuming those aren't too nerfed, Ghost Shrouds are better than all 4 of these points. And that's only 30 spirit, not even the rest of it. Like, darkness is so fucking disgustingly bad. I don't really care about anything else about Chila. Critical closer to the player is neat. But like, I'm not picking up these little things in the ground the whole game anyways. Passive skill tree changes. Shroud is basically dead. Oh shit. It was super OP. With the addition of the Druid and the new game mechanics, we've added passive support for these throughout the massive tree. Many of the clusters, mostly in the Druid area, and many existing have been updated. Okay. Wow. This is probably going to be a lot. Flammability and magnitude have been increased massively for curse stuff. All things gaining Archon have been changed to LE Archon. So it's no longer 3 different Archons, it's just 1? It seems. Hopefully it makes it a little more viable. Hollow Palm Keystone nerfed massively. Was this actually strong? It was? Love that. Yeah, like this is a... what, 15% multiplier to your base attack speed? But presumably this number was like at least double attack speed, right? Like triple attack speed? How much did you have? 2,000? 15 to 25% nerfed, but buffed at low gear levels. Isn't 1.5k evasion only your chest? I feel like you probably had to go close to like 3k maybe. It's not that much of a nerf, but... Walker the Winsky Stone. Remove the Bastard Tree. I don't even know what that did. This just shuffles around your infusion creation process, which could make some really cool setups viable. Manage for early damage. Oh, and now it's a support gem instead. Okay. Which in most cases probably not very desired. Crimson Assault Keystone now also grants 50% more magnitude of bleeding. Is there a search bar here? Bleeding inflict is aggravated. Base bleed duration is 1 second. It's aggravated and 1 second duration. Base duration. You can still scale the increase. Not sure how good that is. Like, it could be good. I just don't know how good bleed even is. Passes it granted. Because like if you're killing, if you have some bleed duration scaling still, just a little bit, like 1.5 seconds, are things living that long? Passes it granted. Reduce movement penalty from the tree. Have had their values lowered. What? So fuck Roas, but what? Dude, these points felt so fucking bad to spec into, but you had to do it because like your character just moves so slow when casting. So now instead of spending 10 points, so your character is a little bit faster when attacking, it's 15 for the same. Bro, the passive tree is already dog shit. Why is the passive tree being nerfed? In like any way. 3 new attack area clusters to the monk part of the tree. This is really big for monk. This is like huge for monk. It was very annoying when playing monk, and it's like, okay, if I want to get increased area of effect, it's from a single anoint, and that's it. There's just no support for it anywhere on the tree, so that's good. They actually have an ability to scale area, and Ranger will also make use of these for non-proj based setups. Added some proj speed closer to the passive tree in the Merc section, which could be a bow buff. Because isn't it, yeah, there's this thing over here for increases introductions to apply to damage with bows. But I think you often didn't even always take this because there's so little proj speed scaling. If these are good, that could be a bow buff. Surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. So yeah, this is the new bit with extra proj. And basically what surpassing chance means is it can scale past 100%. Added the new bow cluster and modified a proj cluster in the ranger side of the tree, granting surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. Additional arrow wasn't on the tree, right? It was only on... Or was it? By default? It was only on Deadeye itself, right? Like Deadeye and Dual String? So now you can actually spend points to get extra arrows in the tree. Yeah, but it's additional arrow, which means it's bows only, not crossbows. Classic. I assume this will do something with remnants being more easy to pick up. Principal infusion can go from further away. Why is so much support being added for like remnant pickup range? Just make it bigger baseline. No longer grants lightning damage per int, now grants 10% more max lightning damage. Huge nerf. Ooh, Wildstorm fucked up. Like Wildstorm sucks really bad now. Like you're never gonna path there. Ooh, nerfed all the companion nodes. Because companion nodes were actually high value per point things to click. And there's like none of those in this tree. They were broken. They were about the power level that tree nodes should be. While every other node is like fucking half. Support changes. I don't really care about this shuffling. On like what type of support it is. Relatively? Yeah, relatively broken. Disabled Ricochet 3 support gem. Font of Rage. Rip free rage for a lot of setups. Disabled Ricochet 3. What did this one do? I wonder if I Google it, if it'll show up. Perfect. Weird. I assume this used to be going way higher than 40%. One of the OP blood mage things. Uncapped. I just mean like how much it actually was in reality. Like 2 per 10 means like 20 per 100, and it probably had 4,000 cost. Jesus. 200% easily. Oh yeah. Rip blood mage. Small nerf there. Don't play spells. Don't do it. Fire is chaos. So all these extra chaos things are a little better. Einhar's Beast right now grants killing blows against rare monsters, now grant 2 of the modifiers for 5 minutes. That's pretty good. But it's like supported strike skills. So basically like you just culling strike default attack a rare monster with this when it has the mods you want. Like when you see good mods, you see Haste Aura, boom, culling strike. Yoink my fucking 5-minute Haste Aura. Which will be for at least like a third of the map. Some echoing thing for self-cast spells. That seems strong, but I don't know. Maybe there's a downside to this one that I don't know about. The Quinn Jewel ramps a little faster. Spark buff. 5-second cooldown on the Echo. Ah, fair. On Citadel no longer has skills have less area effect or less damage with hits. Along with Fissure, so you control where it goes. That's the shield ball thing. They gave it huge AoE. So this is just a big buff to that skill, but I assume it got nerfed somewhere else. Minions shouldn't exist. Wow. This went from being useful to not. Hey, no way. 15% less damage, 30% increased attack speed. Okay, dude. Ratha's Assault now grants sports goes to load 5 bolts when he dodges instead of 3. Load 4 additional bolts, previously 3. Assault now has 20% increased attack speed. So did they nerf fucking Galvanic Shards somewhere else in a big way? That shit sounds strong. This is already good. Chance to load bolt all skills on killing the most supported skills. Damn. 100%, you can just blast the fuck off. Crossbow buffs, log in. Don't care. It sounds like melee. Ah, whatever, we'll look. We'll look. Now grants 20 instead of 40. Okay. So fizz your stuff a little better. A little more usable. 40% less is crazy. Totem stuff. So they removed the movement thing on this, but nerfed the power of it. So you can only ever have 50% critical hit chance, but then you get this stuff. So it's still like big lucky, but the downside's gone. I mean, it sounds like actually usable now instead of like once per 20 meters. Like 20 meters crazy. For builds that didn't reach crit cap, it had a lot of like crit stuff still. Like it's basically just like lucky crit, but like super lucky. Seems better. Minions. So this is 40% more damage if they're like fully poisoned. Is that all it does? Why is Vector Life still a thing? But like getting 5 poisons is rough. And if they killed poison, Prolif on Pathfinder, I don't know how bad that is. It gets Jung's build last league, perfect. Poisons go faster per rage, neat. Damn, just like instant elemental archon when you ignite. With no downside, just when you ignite, you just proc the archon. I don't know what archons do really, because like spell select, but Nova projectiles no longer cause them to gain extra proj or less damage penalty. So what's it do now? It just simply makes it fire in a circle, but none of this shit. Nova proj 2. Oh, cooldown XD. Some chain shenanigans. A chain nerf itself. You can get more chains for a bigger penalty. And then chains 3 is just +2 chain with no downside at all. Or like, what's the downside on this one? I assume it still has the 40% less, and that wasn't changed. So it goes from 50% to 40%. don't know what this even is. Oh, there it is. That support that did that. Like it spawned like a thing that would attack for you or something. And rage or cry and rage or support should not trigger the spending rage. So fissures, a lot of increased fissure support. Impact shockwave support now actually makes aftershocks, allowing interaction with aftershock specific area. Yo, this didn't work that way? Oh fuck, I thought it did. Now you can strike and proc shockwave. Your splash and shockwave? Damn. I didn't realize you couldn't do that. Skill changes. Frozen mantle monsters can once again no longer be bound as a specter. Ha! This is, 0.1% of the way to there being no minions of the game. Like, it's progress, it's progress. We take it. Minion buff. That's regression, but it is what it is. Palm skill movement has been adjusted to reduce cases in which the player successfully uses the skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. Love that. One thing that was always super annoying about using I forgot what it was called, but it was like a palm skill where you dash to the target, that you're targeting with your cursor, and then like apply a debuff to them and things around them. It for some reason used pathfinding instead of being an actual teleport. So if there was like 2 monsters in front of you and you picked the one in the back of the pack, your character would just like stop early and not go where you told it to go, and it just felt like shit. So hopefully that's like this. Like this is fixing that, hopefully. Ice fragments are now only able to hit each enemy once per group of fragments created. So they're useless. The per target hit limits on Firestorm, Ice Storm, and arrows, and Hailstorm are now displayed. Whirlwinds now take on elements for stuff, wind stuff. You can now overabundance your earthquake. Wait. Isn't overabundance 50% reduced duration? Isn't that really good for earthquake? Why don't you know I'm talking about PoE 2? Come on. Be smarter. So yeah, like +1 limit, so you actually can attack a second time before it explodes, and a huge restoration multiplier. Now the only problem with earthquake is that it's like 2 pixels wide, and you still can't spawn a second earthquake inside of an earthquake, right? You have to like move out of the earthquake range or some shit first. I wonder how that would work. And it still doesn't know that I'm talking about PoE 2. Disgusting. Yeah, like you can't create giant ground on top of an existing patch. So it's not going to fix the actual problem with the skill, or one of the problems with the skill, where you can't stack them. Like you already have more than one limit, and this isn't fixing that problem. So just like an extra version of less skill duration. So log out. Log out. I don't know how relevant this is for shield wall, because I don't know how the skill works. I bet this is fixing one of Juggernaut's bug builds. Some changing, and when you get access to certain things. Buffed warrior totems. Arc nerfed. Good. Good. Very important. Arctic armor. Does less damage, but has more build up. Good. Very small buff to like armor breaker stuff. Attrition now reserves half spirit. Isn't this the Quinn aura? Bro, how does the Culling Strike take 31 seconds to activate as well? But yeah, like if your build sucks, you can use that for 30 spirit to do more damage when you're fighting bosses. It's like a replacement for like your Herald for when you fight bosses basically now. Definitely will be used. Ball lightning damage almost doubled at low levels and increased by like 50% at high levels. The infusion effects all almost doubled. I don't know what that is. What is barrier invocation? Gain energy when you lose ES from damage. So you have to take damage and then you can like spend, use a skill to proc spells. Yeah, fuck that. Minions still in the game, unlucky. Every single source of more skill speed removed from the game because we're too fast, and it's now increased instead. Infusion versions of Comet's buffed. Comet still takes 9 years to cast. Disengage now gives you more charges when you consume parry debuffs. On-flux costs less. Gains more energy. This has better conversion, does a little less damage, but attacks a lot faster. No one cares about that. No clue how spear skills work, let's be real. Eye of Winter still has a cooldown. Flame Bust still has a cooldown. Bolts pierce 2 targets, scaling to 5 at level 24. Previously 2 at all gym levels, and the prodigy is way faster early game. Freezing Mark only grants an explosion. Instead, it gives it freezing the marked target grants a buff that grants damage extra as cold for a duration. This is good for the wolf thing. You can, proc your freezing mark by just using your ability without actually freezing them. So whenever you're fighting things that are tanky at all, you just have extra damage as cold. Don't care. It has 10,000 life at level 20. Still gonna break pretty fast, right? I don't know anything about the skill though. A lot of paragraphs. Ghost Dance. Let's see our Ghost Dance nerf. 3 shrouds instead of 5, or was it even 6 at 21? I forgot. You gain the shrouds way slower. It's still really good. I think the quality nerf made it like 20% worse. But On any endgame Miscellaneous build, this is still, you know, one of, if not the most powerful defensive reserve in the game. Because, you know, you have less duration on these things, so it's actually like 4 seconds or whatever of like per shroud, and like when you have a bunch of evasion, you don't actually even get hit that often on a good build that clears screens, so it's still really good. Doors more rounds, does less damage, more reload speed. That looks like a nerf to me. Herald of Thunder nerfed again. I love how Heralds were like so absurdly fucking broken, and they've gotten nerfed like every single patch. Just consistently, constantly. Hex Blast, I don't know shit about that. Why? I went and got a fucking remnant. I did some bullshit with a different skill to go and get a remnant. I walked on it on the ground to pick it up. Why the fuck is there still a downside? Why is there an extra downside? The downside was all that bullshit I already did. Makes it easier to convert like full to cold with ice tipped. Cone angle increased by 50%. Incendiary shot ignite buffed. Also quickly dashes and strikes additional valid targets. Is that like built-in uncontrollable multi-strike? I mean, it's kind of cool. Lightning Arrow no longer bypasses the charge time on Lightning Rod burst. Instead, the burst caused by Lightning Arrow can occur once every 0.1 seconds. Proj now convert 80% instead of 40%, and Beam converts 100%. So basically, Lightning Rod itself, if you don't think about Rod, like just Lightning Arrow, sorry, if you're just using Lightning Arrow to clear maps, it's actually buffed. Like once you were strong enough that you didn't rely on rods to like kill like, you know, rare monsters. Conduit's still a little better, probably still has a 2-second cast time. Lightning Rod, the limit of active rods is now 10. So what this means is there's no longer chain stuff, right? I mean, I guess there still would be chain stuff. The burst caused by Lightning Arrow can only occur once every 0.1 second. I feel like that's going to be on a per rod basis. And you have to deal with the charge up time. It's not going to be instant. The thing is, when you use chain with Lightning Arrow, this shit took like fucking 2 seconds to actually chain through all of your rods. It chains very slowly, or at least it did. Well, I'll have to play it and see. Limit's not 10, it's not 20. I'm sure this will be a meaningful nerf, but by far the biggest nerf that I've seen so far is just Wind Ward is gone and Tailwind is a little worse. Like this will probably hurt a little bit. It's impossible to really know until I play it how much of a nerf that actually is. But you're gonna shock a lot more easily with Lightning Arrow, with the base arrow at least. Probably still OP. Bows are the favorite child of this game, very clearly. So probably still OP. Lightning Warp. Nerfed. That no leech for Lightning Arrow. You still have partial fizz, but you will leech less, yeah? Lightning Warp. Nerfed. XD. Lingering things last longer. They have less life. But now it's a room that you have to pick up instead of just when it's destroyed. Living Bomb, 50% more damage. Salvo now has full convert. Hopefully this actually works, because I think the quality on this didn't work before. But if this actually has 3-second lingering, that would help a ton for a lot of lightning spellcasters. Just drop the Tempest, run out of it, drop it, run out of it constantly. Perfect Strike, buffed. Let's fucking go, Karn. Warrior buff, slug in. But only ever consumes one. I have no clue how much damage Ring of Arrows does or not. That's a resoul. Minions buffed. Weird. Rapid Assault, some explosion shit. Repire base crit. Row amount. Just reverted back to what it was before. So it's going to feel pretty much the exact same as it did last patch while attacking, but when not attacking, you're not just faster. Row amount still going to be used on every single bow build, probably, even without with companion nodes nerfed. Like removing light stun, not having to worry about sprint being shit. Probably still always going to play with this. Sacrifice not as nerfed for DD memes. Shotgun arrow can create lightning rods. Weird. Field charge damage buffed. Don't care about immobilized stuff. Snipe, Icy Blast, 2000%. How do you proc an Icy Blast? Removed Heavy Blast and Heavy Stun from the skill. The target has to be frozen. So before it had like, what was Heavy Blast? So Heavy Blast was if they were stunned. Icy Blast if they're frozen. I just snipe was a thing. I skipped Shard Scavenger buff, did I? Precision is now 3 seconds. Minimum duration for consumption is now a little bit lower. I forgot what Shard Scavenger even does. Consuming. When you consume something, you get a non-consumption mechanic for a little bit. But I feel like you just use like the Wrath as Assault rolling thing. Galvanic Shards wasn't even nerfed, right? Because that's G. That's way back there. And I don't see a Shock Burst nerf either, so crossbow's still eating good. The nerfs to like the reduced move penalty stuff annoying, but is what it is. Yeah, Snipe buff by a little bit if you're freezing only. Still offering. Alright, Spark. Show me it. What's the Spark buff? Cold Infused Spark buffed by a very tiny amount. I don't fuck with any of this infusion stuff at all. Like none of that is at all exciting to me or the kind of thing that I ever see myself wanting to engage with. And tying like spellcaster power to them just means I'm never gonna play spells. Looking at balls is fun. It's just like the payoff for an infusion needs to be really high, and the payoff for infusions makes your skill take longer to cast. Like that's crazy. That an infusion could ever have a downside to the skill. It's just wild. Spiral Volley buffed a little bit. Stormcaller Arrow base is now higher converted and higher baseline shock stuff and has better conversion. So Stormcaller Arrow buffed a little bit. Sunder. So you might read this and think, oh, Sunder attacks slower now because you're assuming this is 35% less attack speed, but it's actually 35% of your attack speed because the skill has a 65% less attack speed penalty. So Sunder attacks, what is this, like 12% faster? 15% faster? And it's 15% faster. Slams a little bit faster as well. Still next week? Yeah, it's still fucking crazy. Because it doesn't the skill... Actually, no, I think it no longer has... like a attack time penalty, right? It only has just a disgustingly slow attack speed. You just gotta find a way to get like 400% increased attack speed, and then you're fine. Tempest Spell does damage in a bigger area. Hitbox increase, Shockwave damage in a bigger area. Some Acc Stack level of attack speed, amen. Or just play bows? Yeah, just play bows or crossbows. I don't know what this means. So you can have, so instead of it being you shoot 8, you can only have 8. Now you shoot 4, but you can have up to 12. Yeah, Tailwind did get nerfed, and Windward got removed, which is the big part of Deadeye nerf. Vine Arrow can have more plants. Volcanic Fissure small buff. Voltaic Grenade small buff. Voltaic Mark now gives you extra as lightning. After you electrocute a target. So if you're doing electrocute memes, you get some extra damage for it. We have a Frost. It can be used mid action to cancel it. Wind Dance. No, the Wind Dancer damage nerf. This was such a dumb build, but I loved it. Movement of Whirling Assault, rear to make it more fluid. Attacks faster. Higher strike range, more area. This is a skill they were using in that teaser, right? And it was like hitting pretty big. It's like Cyclone, but it was like... It actually looked pretty big. Does it do damage though? No. No, it doesn't. Can't scale speed. Because of this. What's there about ES? I haven't seen anything yet. Except Ghost Shrouds got, you know... Ghost Shrouds are about half as good as they were before. But they're still really good. But like, if you just drop your bell and just spin on your bell, surely it's good, right? Grand Centrums are a little better. A little bit longer crit weakness duration. This thing was super OP, and then it got nerfed to be useless, right? And now is this OP again? I have no idea. I wonder if that's in a scale like the things that Soul Cores might give for that Druid Ascendancy, or like Soul Cores might not be runes. It was bugged. Even when it wasn't bugged, it was OP. Like if you weren't using the Bug Beast part of it. Adorned, buffed to PB1 values, the old values. Interesting. Styling now has a bunch of armor innovation. Wasn't this item in PB2 like genuinely like the worst thing ever? It's not that bad. And giving it a bunch of armor and evasion. Did a little better defensively. Same for perfidy. Soft's blood's a lot better for fire stuff. Damn, all these breach necks just give you a ton of resist. Is Vaal the same in this game? Just like lucky? Chance to block is lucky. 26 block. So it has a little more armor, and you could get a perfect roll. So yeah, just lucky. That's good. Wait, they buffed the Olroth Flask? Wasn't this shit already OP? Yeah, so like a lot of uniques are just having their like base defensive stats buff, so they're not like as shitty to wear. Wait, this went from less damage to more damage? What is this? Wait, was it a bug? Was it a typo before? Why would this have ever been less? Yeah, like you can immobilize them more easily and they take more damage from you. Defiance of Destiny buffed. Fucking 30% Defiance of Destiny in this game. Amen, Griffin sounds fun. Wrathpith nerfed. Wrathpith nerfed? It's can we talk about how like the Blood Mage is gonna do like 80% less damage? With like the nerf to the gem and like the nerf to this, if they even use this shit, and like but like bows are probably still gonna one shot the screen while moving faster than everyone else. Doomfletch twice as good. They're buffing staves. Oh, they're buffing the gem amount on this one. Oh damn, that's a huge exposure on that Whispering Ice. Is this like a really good like weapon swap stick now? It's a big debuff. Because exposure goes negative, right? Covenant now gives you life overrun. overflow right with this? Cloak of Defiance buffed. Easier to get full mom without mom. The brass dome is still unusable track, right? Let's check. So it's gonna have. I think it's closer. Like all we gotta do is just get this max res number and just go ahead and put a plus there instead of a minus, and we're good to go. But that is actually a decent armor value now, at least, because it used to just be so trash that, like a rare, like a perfect world rare, just gave you more armor anyways. And then you also had downsides. But now at least it actually probably will be the highest armor you can ever get from a chest. It cannot be re-rolled. Valborn saves it. The thing with Valborn, every single Valborn option is like it's handpicked. They're not random, so like things that are deemed to be too strong wouldn't be allowed. That's a big ass range. Some items are having base updates. This is like 15% increased life. What is this? Body armor. Oh shit, it's the Leech Overflow chest. Actually useful now. Like very useful now. Because like Leech Overflow is 50% more life in theory if you maintain it at full always. And then the downside used to be so severe that you would never consider it, but now it's an upside instead. So like putting this on can go from like 3k life to like probably 5k ish. Is it the same as Overleech? No, it's not Overleech. It just means your leech takes you to 1.5 times your life and then stops. It still turns off. Beats with combs. Not true. But like it's actually, you know, you could wear this item now, whereas before, nah. Ooh, reverse chill chest. Fucking level 16 item. All damage taken chills you. This is like my ring, but well, it's like this is the mod for my ring, but then this is a winter heart or whatever it's called, winter chill thing. Winter weave. So a self hit chill reverse. Downside is you're wearing a body armor that has nothing on it defensively, but self chill.
And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them
No
various extra
way!
abilities. Use lightning storm
Water
to
your
last longer and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon thrashing vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
There's no way
The
that's
enemy
real.
sufficiently
More spirit per socket. Damn, the Arbiter chest got like everything buffed. Although after its nerf, it did get pretty shitty. This is like a 40% buff. 40. Anywhere from like 20 to like 50% buff on a lot of these things. And you could, in theory, get an extra socket maybe, right? I don't know. Queen of the Forest now has increased movement speed instead of 0. What? And has 1% per 600 evasion, but it's capped. How much evasion do you, like, you only need, I mean, shit. Were people actually playing this in PoE2 and getting it, like, way past 75%? Oh, right, I forgot. Has it this downside in PoE2? I forgot about that one. So you're never going faster than 75% speed? Which, like, you're already faster without using some shitty chest on good ranger builds. Never going slower. Yeah, true, like, reductions wouldn't fuck you. But, like, how many move speed slows are there? Like, most things that are bad are action speed slows, I think. Which maybe would be move speed in this game. I'm not sure if they're different in this game. Because with Poe 1 logic, chilled ground would still chill you the exact same with that downside. A Thunderfist Crackling Palm skill has way more crit and does more damn. For stack them up? Yeah, makes sense. Okay, Skin of the Loyal is way better. Uncapped instead of overcapped. So if you had 100 before you have 25, now you have 100. Choir of the Storm has a huge ass cooldown. What else does the item do in this game? 40 all res? Damn. The issue is your body armor gives you so, like, such a large percentage of your base stat comes from your body armor. So, like, you get, like, a good chunk of increase, or, like, 120, 130, 150 maybe, based on how high you go. But you lose such a huge amount of base that you're almost always going to end up with less. Gain maximum out of that damage within his tower for 20 seconds. Up to 500. Lower pack size nerfed. Sockets are into augment sockets. Non-dual items to go into augment sockets have been renamed from socketables to augments. Augment talismans have been renamed to idols, because talisman is the name of the druid weapon. Right? Right. Augment talismans renamed to idols. Where do you get an idol socket? That's not an augment socket, right? Or no, it's something called an augment idol, maybe? Instead of talisman, I think just that. But yeah, so they're adding limits to a bunch of runes. Damn. Damn. That's way more than I thought they were going to be adding limits to. I know the +1 arrow one is in here somewhere. But, yeah, I don't know what all these do. I don't really care. Yeah, like the move speed rune, I assume is one of the, Vaal is the move speed one of the chase. Right? So now you have less move speed. That's exactly what I thought point 4 needed was like players to move slower and have less ways to scale that in the end game. I assume this one is the +1 arrow one. Yeah. So now it's only 1 arrow from the bow instead of fucking like 4 or something. The modifiers for bow attacks fire X additional arrows must have been disabled because they roll as a surpassing thing to fire an additional arrow. From a small amount early on to eventually the same 2 additional eventually. But I'm pretty sure for everyone that wasn't using multiple of this really, what I assume was expensive rune, you're actually going to have more arrows than before because they're adding points in the tree for it. Yeah, 200% surpassing chance is 2 extra proj. Dave mod's buffed. Pokai, ES buffed, spell damage nerfed. Ultimate Great Club? Why does that sound like a one-hander? Might not even be here for whatever reason. Sounds like a one-hander to me. I wonder if that's good for shield builds. Because like 105 is no that's a two-hander, right? Anvil mauls do less damage? Wasn't... I thought that whole speech they gave in the Q&A was that things with implicits were no longer going to have these huge penalties. Did I misunderstand? And it was things that didn't have implicits now have implicits and do reduce damage? Silly me. Oh, Great Hammer attacks slower. That's important. This is not even close to a 10% damage increase, because you have flat sources from things that are not just the base of the weapon. And this will be worse. Spear things. Early game staves roll smaller damage numbers. But then it scales back up in the end game. Essence of Battle is a little weaker. Sorcery Essence is better. I assume it's only on staves for these numbers. A move speed Corsair coat. Roa buff, but I think you're always playing the Evasion ES version of this instead, normally. Add of a relic at every end of floor reward room in trial. For relic modifier, light-footed. Oh, you can no longer get move speed on second relics. That was too fun. Gotta remove all the speed. Less pack size. But like this could result in an increase to loot. Assuming these words are taken literally, less pack size will not mean less rare monsters. It'll mean less pack size. Number of monster packs is the thing that would reduce rare monsters. And because all loot in this game is rare monsters, having less pack size but higher loot rare monsters should result in more loot by a pretty good amount of an increase. Tablets now have maximum 4 modifiers. Ways to do Arbiter for it. All modifiers that would roll in the generic can now roll on all base types. Quantity is gone. Delirium shit's gone. Yeah, this is the new version of quantity. Basically, instead of just getting more loot, it makes the monsters have increased life, increased experience gained, and increased loot. So it's not just free extra stuff, it's more life, more loot, more experience. That will mean it's not just worse. No. It means you get more experience than before, but it means they're tankier than before. So like once you're strong, this is just better than quantity. When you're weak, it's worse. But based on how PO2 endgame mapping looks like, like more effectiveness is not even going to be noticeable on like any real endgame character in software trade. Oh shit. Risk can roll on tablets again. 2 extra random modifiers log in. The floor on tablets is less bad. Like the roll range is a little bit better. Instead of 10 to 30, 18 to 30 for a lot of these things. It's like hitting the good mod you wanted and then having it just be fucking 10. 5 to 20, goddamn. It's all like a little bit better. Pretty much all of these are just like the roll range is smaller. And the haste mod that rolled on maps is a much smaller value. Ooh, that's a very nice buff to breach. Instead of them having Soul Eater, which did fucking nothing for you, at least I think it did nothing for you. It might have given them effectiveness as well as like an archer modifier, but it's only onslaught now instead, so they move to you faster and die faster, and they have effectiveness for more loot. Greed shrines aren't in the game anymore. Log in. Rare and corrupted. Where is the high road? I think you typically never even took that. Yeah, that's definitely a good breach buff. I don't really care about any of this shit. Currency drop from delirium monsters stolen by the map boss and have a chance to be duplicated if under the effects of delirium. Interesting. Just increased quantity for all delirium rare monsters. Look at the motion's gone. Delirium fog's less shitty, but also because instilling is gone, it's no longer forced in every map. Oh shit, there's just no longer a reward bar indicator. They just drop when you kill them. That's neat. And bosses have a guaranteed drop, higher chance at higher tier, that's good. Remove the camera zoom out on tower maps. Can't remind the players that we have the technology to zoom you out. They buff Spark. They buffed the infusion part of Spark and like one of the supports. Probably not enough to matter because you probably played that on Blood Mage before, which got heavily nerfed. Yeah. When you get all checkpoints, everything is revealed. Remove Breach Ritual Delirium and XP from the map legend as they no longer have icons shown in your atlas. And they're random or with tablets. What is a map legend? I assume that's just like the UI of the atlas. Are we crossbowing? Fuck no. We're playing Druid through the campaign. Bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Once boss is finished, it submerges or becomes aggro. The damage period starts getting down. The DR tapers down from Vaal to effect over the course of this duration. For every unit the boss moves from its starting location, the DR will fall even faster. Why is it based on them moving? That's weird. But like this is already in the game, right? I mean, this is very similar. It sounds like this is just when it spawns. But this wasn't in PoE2 yet? It's like PoE1's always had this. But also in PoE1, I don't think it works properly. I'm not fully certain on this, but I'm like 99% certain they don't have this damage reduction for the first tick. So if you attack fast enough and have the screen covered in shit, like you'll notice like on like harvest monsters, they'll like just like shoot down to half HP and then take very little damage for like 2 seconds. And when I was doing like the trap build one-shotting Eater of World build, my character was able to one-shot tank mods that shouldn't have been possible. So like I'm pretty sure it just doesn't even work on the first server tick. But yeah. Like finished its emerge or becomes aggro to me really says it's only at the start. I'd be surprised if this is after like every single invuln phase. And it doesn't tell you what the duration is, which sucks, but previsibility of some post-death mechanics. The Blind Beast and Isle of Ken, not just a blank Greater Rune. Love that. Do they just change where you get weapon set points? I don't know what that means exactly. Coast Titan Barrage skilled. Oh, this was shotgunning before? What the fuck? And then faces like a panel now without dual cursors. What the fuck? Party play stuff? They made it harder to use merchant tabs. Rage meter by the mana globe. Night Spread wasn't even working properly, and no one knew because Wildfire is like so pointless. Oh. Yeah, the ES nerf isn't listed in this patch note, but Mark said it happened. So it probably happened. Not gonna know anything relevant that will help me until we get gem info, which is probably gonna be in like 6 days for Druid. Yeah, I mean the Ghost Dance nerf is like decently big, but it's still a really good gem. And the tree, yeah, the tree for sure. Need the tree and gems before I can, or before I care to think about this anymore. And also, like, whatever additional changes happen from now until then. Less monsters than ES buff? I mean, I wouldn't say that. Like, it's technically kind of true, but if you were genuinely relying on, like, recharge, delayed recharge to get your ES back, and your build, like, couldn't kill the screen, I guess it's true, but, like, in reality, when you spec into recharge, it's really fast, and then you also have convalescence, and you have ghost shrouds, and you have like Shav belt with life lasts, and you have like a lot of things you can do. If you're a more powerful monster, it's an armor nerf. Well, the monsters don't do more damage. They only have more life, experience, and quantity. Invoker Gauch should be good for hardcore. The issue is like +1 prod is really good on Galv shards, and you can only get that from Deadeye. But it's really good for the clear of that skill. It's not required by any means. Like you can play Galv shards on a lot of different setups, for sure. But yeah, like Tailwind nerf, Wind Ward gone. Definitely could see non-Deadeye for that now. I wonder if Pathfinder could be a thing. Like, Pathfinder, if you have good enough gear that all your travel nodes are 5% global defenses, is pretty fucking good on evasion ES builds. Especially if the nerf to ES is the tree nodes being nerfed. No mention of charms. Oh yeah, the bingo sheet. I should have put character mobility nerfed instead, I guess. A little bit. The omen that got removed is not an abyss omen, right? We didn't do too well. Which omen got removed? I think it was an omen, right? From the like omen of like homogenizing exalt thing. Homogenizing. It's on the patch notes. A lot of things is on the patch notes that we know are gone. What does res swap mean? So in Path of Exile 1, if you have, for example, like 41% fire res on an item, you can change that to colder lightning, which makes gear swapping like way more fluid. Harvest, yeah. I think NP week 2 would be done with omens and chaos orbs. But yeah. Excited for the new league. I mean, there's a like I didn't play 0.3, so that's gonna help with not having like PO2 burnout. But if Druid isn't strong, there's no chance that I just log in and play crossbows and bows again, because those are actually good. So like if Druid is bad, I might try Warrior, but if I don't like either of those, I'm probably just gonna log back into PO1 instead. So hopefully Druid's good. I really hope Wolf Druid is good, because Wolf Druid looks fucking sick. And like Wyvern Druid Oil Spit looks very overtuned numerically. Cast is really strong. Like every single caster buff was making fucking Remnant garbage better, which is like doesn't matter at all. Yeah, the bear being able to Warcry is cool. Like all the Druid stuff looks cool. It just needs to have like some skills that are actually good, and I'll be vibing. But like crossbows and bows are banned. Gonna watch your plans as Jonathan intended. I'm surprised we didn't actually get to see, like, we do have one link of one of the Druid ascendancies. I think that's in the subreddit where Blue linked it from, right? The duality. You can link the other one? Thank you. There's two. Are both of them linked already? Endgame got barely changed. Can't believe people are disappointed. Right next to each other. Hell yeah. Horse that monk is super OP. Eh. Eh. Thank you. Are both links in here? Yeah, they are. Thank you. Alright. So this one, these are both the Druid ascendancies. You start over here on the left. We'll just look at the points, not care about where they are. Enemies crit hit chance against you is unlucky. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. That's okay, but pretty mediocre. Inevitable critical hits. I assume that's like whenever you don't crit. Like if you have 30 crit chance and you don't crit, your next hit at 60, and then 90, and then 120. I assume that's what this is. Defensively, like unlucky damage is okay. Enemy crit hit chance against you is unlucky. I feel like means you're just never gonna get crit. Like almost ever, except by diamond shrines. Because base crit chance for monster is so low, even with the crit map mod. If that's even in PoE2, it's like 20%. I'm gonna hope it's better than the support gem. Because that shit's worthless. Then down here, these are all just travel nodes, all travel nodes. Traveler Wisdom, non-keystone passive skills in medium radius of allocated keystone passive skills can be allocated without being connected to your tree. How big is medium radius? Non-keystone passive skills in medium radius of keystones. I don't have that like POB2 downloaded right now. Maybe we can check on this site. Medium is the pink one. I mean, that's like pretty big. And then I go through, look at these notables, and it's like, wait, these all suck. Doubles mana cost? Jesus. What a downside. No change from these images? Yeah, that makes sense, and I expect that. This would reach all the way over here. For CI. Might even reach overload. Let's look at the tree where we care, except these aren't done yet, so. That's neat. Like, it could be good. Walk the path not taken. This is the full extra tree. We can't really see that. Grant skill aligned fade. This is that weird thing where it's like, I think this is the one where it's like you see a clone of yourself use an ability and then you can press it and it'll do more damage or something. Nothing here really stands out as exceptional to me by any means, unless inevitable crit is actually good. What's this one right here? Hit damage is taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. 15% less life and mana. It's not quite as good as 100% mind over matter. Because, like, in this scenario where you have, like, 1,000 life and 900 mana, if you hit it for 1,000, you die. Whereas, like, full mind over matter, you would live in that scenario. It still has a chance of being good if you have a ton of mana. But how do you even get a ton of mana? EB. Want to orc a CI? It should, right? In theory, it should. And then you're like full mana ES base gear. That's definitely the best use case for it. Hope we can see it with allocated kills your character instantly. It should work. But like, yeah, like you still need a lot of mana investment to actually function with that. What's the point then? Why not just get more use instead? Yeah. You're right. I'm not sure what the point is, but it should work. Alright. Gain the benefits of additional bottom modifiers on runes and idols. These seemed really neat. With additional sockets and a bunch of corrupted gear, this could be really good. But like we don't have the full list of what the mods do, so I'm unsure. Gain 40 spirit for each available empty charm slot. That's a lot of spirit. So as long as your build is functional with like, you know, minimal charms. Because I feel like I got frozen so rarely. Like you don't really need charms. They're all very mid. So like that's a lot of spirit. A little passive point, travel nodes, and rage stuff, travel node. Here, every 2 rage also grants 1% more spell damage. No inherent loss of rage behind that. Regenerate rage per second. Reductions to regen rate also apply to rage regenerate. Skills which are not default attacks cost +5 rage to use. So if you don't have rage, you can't use them. And I think this is also scaled by your support gen multipliers. And then some extra rage. It's like Chainbreaker. But you really have to attack very slow to be able to be using this a lot, I think. Could be good though. I don't really know what all the rage interactions in the game currently are, so it's hard to judge. Take less LA damage per adaptation, matching the adaptation's type. Gain 1 adaptation when hit by LA damage, matching the type of the damage taken. And then up here, you convert physical to fire, cold, and lightning, so that everything that isn't chaos damage gives you some adaptation. But it's like you have to be getting hit a bunch to then start to build up defense. And when you have both, it then becomes 8%, right, per adaptation. Is there self-hit in this game? There's a few. There's scolds. If there was self-physical hit in this game with this wording, that would be like so fucking broken. But they'll just fix this to say when hit by an enemy if there's ever an actual self-hit build. And then you get some plus rage on the pathing nodes through there. And then up here, grants apocalypse. I don't know what that does. If it was Po 1, it would be 4% of each. I think that's probably right, but yeah. The AoE Ellie Storms. Yeah, nothing here stands out as like that insane. If I'm just picturing that I'm playing like an attack-based Druid, it's super sensitive. I just don't have I wonder if NVIDIA broadcast is even like running properly right now. It is showing things that normally wouldn't be there. Yeah, it's got the things on it right now. But I don't have a noise gate turned on, so it's going to be picking up things when I'm not talking that are louder than usual. Testing. Do 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 do. Blah blah blah. Okay, it's there now. So small noises shouldn't happen. Like I saw it like proccing on clicks earlier. Like right now, spacebar's not proccing it, so it's fine. But yeah, I definitely don't really care that much about either of these ascendancies. I feel like playing Druid, I'm just gonna play like Titan or something. Or maybe even like, I mean, I don't think it'd be a Witch Ascendancy. But I feel like I would just play Titan looking at this right now. Yeah, like the Spirit node could be really good if there's good Spirit options. But very often, like, if you're not like an Evasion ES build, and you don't have, Wind Dancers and Roas and Ghost Shrouds, you just don't need that much Spirit to have everything you want. Yeah, it's very possible the other Ascendancy, this one, like Traveler's Wisdom, I have to see the tree, because the tree is being changed a ton. Traveler's Wisdom could generate a bunch of random high value stuff. Harmony Within could be a really cool defensive setup eventually later on with a bunch of stuff that I can't think about right now. Lesser Harm is a decent defensive node. Inevitable crits could be really good. If it works the way the support gem works, it's trash. If it works like in an actual good way, could be a login. Path's Not Taken could go really hard, but we don't know what the tree is. And based on other ascendancy nodes, I know that spending 2 points for an ascendancy skill is not seen as like investment. So like I wouldn't be surprised if those things weren't even like better than the base tree. But maybe it's insane. Like this one, we just have to have the full tree to have any guess for if it's good or not. And like Moment of Vulnerability could be good. I kind of want to rewatch the announcement and see exactly what that says. With Aligned Fate, these two abilities, I forgot which one does which, but one of them makes it so like clones of yourself appear and use one of your skills, and then if you use that skill, it does more damage. The other one is like some kind of like clone that spawns the monster you're fighting. Maybe it's boss only, I don't know, and then you can hit both at once. But I'm not sure. Like, yeah, if you have very few skills that do damage, will it always use that one? I don't really know. The bossing one could be really good if it's just double damage, but like, what's the cooldown? How much of a damage transfer is it? You know, a lot of unknowns there. Whereas, you know what is known? Titan. Titan. Oh, the Titan is pretty nerfed from what it used to be. But assuming those are two-handed weapons, like you're in the right part of the tree. For a bunch of like two-handed relevant stuff. Same for war cries if you're playing bear. You know, you can just get value of all the small stuff. I don't know what you do aside from that. I guess you still always have the life option, even though it's nerfed. And like crushing impacts you could do because it's a little buffed, but just go in like hulking form, mysterious lineage, and like some shit. It's like always like fine. It's always passable. What about this? I don't think you have a shield, right, on wolves, unless you play Giant's Blood. I'm gonna assume Giant's Blood is gonna include bear stuff, but maybe it's not. If it doesn't, then that's kind of rough. It was a one-hander. I thought it was a two-hander, but I don't know, and I don't know if you can wear a shield with it. I'm pretty sure it's a two-hander. Just know you can bear plus shield. Why not? But if it's considered a martial weapon, you know, log in. But it might not work. And if it doesn't work, no shield's kind of rough. Well, I just mean the second line says martial weapon. The first line doesn't, but the second one does. And who knows like what the actual intention there is. It could be a thing later, it could not be, who knows. But if you don't get block, it's kind of rough. And of course you can never do anything with this ascendancy, I don't think. Hell yeah, let me use a shield in bear form. Yeah, I don't really care about anything here. So most likely would just be their Titan or this. You can dual wield spears because those are one-handers. Yeah, Smith could go a little harder with the buffs to Smith. Does he just get a bunch of base armor? Like, this doesn't cost a point, right? So you get 4 of these. It'd be like max res and then 4 of these. You can't deal with 2 spears? Really? That's weird. Only spear shield, spear scepter. Never cost a point? I didn't think it did. Double coat your body armor as well. True. And you get more sockets on like some shitty armor base, right? What are the best 4 of these? I don't know if you really care about the career reduction stuff if you were to do this. Like armor to chaos and like life and armor to Ellie. Not the same. Like 3 of them changed. They buffed some. But they didn't change all of them. The only thing that all of them got is they all give more armor. So you get 800 extra base armor now on Smith. Where do you get max virus from? I have no fucking clue. Is that still rolling jewels? Reduce crit is immune to crits in PvP2. It shouldn't be crit immune in PvP2. If the target has more than 100% increased bonus, you would still take more from a crit. It's not the same wording as Po1, which just gave you guaranteed always crit immune. But like, how many targets have more than that for crit bonus, you know? Probably not very many. Either way, just don't get crit. If you get crit and die, you're unlucky, so don't do that. Yeah, that is true. Right, like this thing over here. Blade Catcher. Extra armor a lot better against crits, helps a little bit with that. Wolf Lich is looking cool. I could see it. Yeah, like 4 of these, some max res shit. I didn't actually think about that. Like, where are you getting the max res? Or do you just not even care about max res? Because armor, the whole armor to Ellie thing applies before max res. So you could just say fuck that and just click literally all these. Log in. Is it's fake in PvP2? Hey man, just be armor. I mean, like fire res here with 100 fire res here would make gearing so easy. I gotta look at all the rest of them. Just like, then you're getting 0 offense from your ascendancy. Whereas at least Titan gets like a little bit of offense from like hulking form and maybe some crushing stuff. Who needs damage? What was I about to look up on my other mod? Right, UE2 patch notes. Smith. Added plates, heavy lining, lead lining, heavy bracing. Yeah, stun threshold, cold res, lightning res are gone. The 3 that replace them, we don't really care about any of them, except maybe the spirit one. The ailment one's better. Most of the ones we're considering taking are the same as before. Farm blight over PvE2. I'm glad you're enjoying your blight farming. But the only way you can log into fucking Smith of Katava with like 6 of these points and still do damage is if like Druid skills are just like super OP. But then again, most ascendancies kind of suck anyways, so not missing that much power. Perspective? Nah, the goal is to play Wolf. For sure. Wolf looks sick. Also another problem, if your tree looks like this, and you have all of these points clicked, like just this section, you have exactly 0% increased movement speed. But you probably would path on here at the very least. In your mapping setup, always just like Adrenaline Rush and Momentum. Oh, those points are so weak. Like, oh, these two are so disgustingly bad. Pathfinder Wolf Asylum start node. That's another thing I need to look at is Pathfinder changes. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Pathseeker. Now instead grants attribute skills offer additional options. What's Pathfinder? This one? No. This one. So you no longer get a bunch of extra points for free. Instead, it makes the travel nodes have an option of doing this. Which could be really fucking sick if you can actually wear the gear to do this. New Pathseeker multi-choice node with the following thing. This is just like somewhere else. So practical remedy and contagious contamination removed. That's still there. But yeah, they just removed poison spread. And this whole thing is gone. Down to these plus for passive points. Why? Say that? Oh, shit. The warrior or sorceress? Thing is, they added area nodes over to the right side. And like the starting points in every tree are really bad intentionally, which definitely devalues that. Except Sork is actually not bad. First two suck, but then you're instantly right into like really good energy shield nodes. That would be like the main purpose of doing that. Would be to get some extra energy shield scaling, but like the whole point of Pathfinder is to get all of your ES innovation scaling. Where the fuck's Pathfinder at, man? From all these 5% increased global defense nodes. If you had like 30, 40 travel nodes, like 35 travel nodes, you just get like 150% increased evasion and ES from this. So you wouldn't really want to be pathing to like ES nodes if you could avoid it. But it also does make being in a different start a lot better, because instead of traveling through the shitty start nodes, you would just travel through your enhanced side nodes to whatever you're going for. Like, what are you going for over here? Like some area nodes or some shit. There's nothing in the warrior start you actually ever need. Like going witch and then like coming out here. Just for like ES, global defense pathing, all the way to more ES could be a thing. But you also could just not take that part of Pathfinder. Or sorry, not use that part of Pathfinder, just like take it for the travel node stuff. Or Travis Wisdom Dark Horse Pathseeker. What is Pathseeker? Is that one of these things? I assume that's this. So you have to take the 4 points for this. So in theory, that would be like other fun areas that would just glitch, maybe. But it's also for like, actually, wouldn't really care about these on a wolf because you aren't using skills while moving. So it'd be for like sustainable practices or something. So definitely not the highest value by any means. I don't think you'd ever even consider Deadeye on that. On like a cat version. The cat is summon sprinting change. Yeah, but can cats even sprint? The power that also we set the whole tree in a different section. Yeah, but the ranger's the best part of the tree. Like the ranger section is the strongest part of the tree, so like being able to go somewhere else is not really something you want. I forgot how minor the downsides are for Ritualist Extra Ring in this game compared to Path of Exile 1. If only the charm stuff, like more than 3 charms, was put in the game. You could consider doing some weird stuff. Isn't Row OP? It's still pretty OP, yeah. And Chayula is XDD. This is 35 now. A little more usable, but I don't know how that feels with the new evasion formula. Until you have like really good gear. Even with like Tailwind increased evasion, no downside, that was rough to have evasion until like really good shit. Especially like getting stuns low-key insane, it could be. I just like pathfinding when sprinting just makes me want to like log out. What does Lich get? Like, what do we get up here for some possible cat stuff? Much on either of these. I love how bad the Hellhound is. They just wrote like this. Why is it even here? Demon form werewolf. Yeah, I don't think that works. I don't think we're doing anything over on this. Or Blood Mage, because we're talking about using attacks. So Lich. What does Lich get that we care about? You get like infinite mana, you get a bunch of ES. With a nice little unique hat. And some DR. Kind of the lift benefits are there. Like you're not using spells, so it's not that. Maybe you could play Conduit, I don't know. I don't even know what that does if you ever care about that. Here's attack and move speed. The wolf packs, yeah, we're not counting on any of that shit. There's no clear last point that's really good. I have no clue what heroic tragedy is. The Abyssal Lich still has the 3 points we care about. And nothing else, really. For how are Lich travel nodes 20% ES? I mean, we're pretty sure ES is getting nerfed, right? Like, we're pretty sure it's happening. Acquisition jewels, that's give percent yes for armor or evasion. Oh, really? It's kind of neat. $40 extra spirit reservation for 70% increased damage. That's a lot of spirit. But yeah, you get some move speed on low life, but limited to 1 and stuff. I know execute's really good. Yeah, like there is a decent amount. Like if ES isn't nerfed, like if the patch notes are the actual only, these are T0. Oh shit, you just get rage for free always on Lich. That's kind of neat. Yeah, like if the patch notes are the only nerf to ES, then fuck yeah, log in on Lich. But I have to assume it's gonna get actually nerfed. It's like the patch note changes don't matter at all. I'm playing like a melee setup on Lich with no evasion, no block. Doesn't sound ideal. I just want to do some armor stuff. But you just get like no offense from anything over here. Unless this is actually useful, but I can't imagine it's ever going to be useful. Rocking Volcano. Is it brick? Hell yeah. And it's a beefy character. But he still loses life. On a character that apparently costs thousands of divines in software trade. Almost dies to a slam. God, armor's so bad against big hits. Like that slam is easily tankable with like a 20 chaos ES character. But versus like a bunch of small, like why does the ES keep moving? Or is like he's moving to trash monsters? I guess there's 20% pin on this map. So slow, yeah. I mean, that's like the reality of any build that isn't bottom right. Is like you're probably just gonna be slow as fuck, especially this patch because the super insane in-game boots that every build could craft, at high budget now no longer exist. So all of the builds that are not Deadeye are gonna feel even slower. Lich bypasses that nerf by a little bit, right? Or did you only ever play one of those and then one of the 5%? Was it 110, 1.5? Lich is unchanged, God bless. Unless you have 3 socket, yeah, because like 3 socket boots is super hard to make, whereas 2 sockets are like reasonable. So God bless, Lich still has the speed. Lich cat form it is, but I feel like ES has to be nerfed. There's Expo with 15,000. Yeah, I know. Like Lich crossbow, pretty hard. But I'm, just waiting, I guess. See the rest of it because it's like a lot of things that are talked about in the Q&A that are not in the patch notes. Like certain currencies being removed, ES actually receiving a nerf. Yeah, need the rest of the patch notes, need the tree, need the gems before anything. Yeah, we don't get input before release anymore. I mean, the main difference is the patch notes are just always incomplete nowadays. But like having to wait until like 3 days before for like gem and tree info was always normal. Just like I think last patch PoE2 we didn't have to pass the tree until 40 minutes before. So hopefully it's not that bad. Hopefully it's like a couple days before to have like full gem info and patch notes so we can actually do some thinking and planning. But yeah, nothing to think about. I'm not gonna bother doing a campaign run until we know the stuff, and I might have a something to know, something to think about, something to practice, something to consider. Druid's gonna be horrible. It might, but that's the only reason to log in. Grab some boxes. Nah, we're doing high speed farming right now. But I'm gonna get up, use the bathroom, grab a snack, and then it's time. Well, I'm gonna tell you if the patch is trash or not. I mean, it's less than I was hoping for in terms of in-game stuff. But like, new boss fight, love that. It's cool. New class, hopefully has at least like 3 skills that are usable. And that'd be cool. Seeing like so many move speed nerfs, kind of weird, considering how slow the game already is.
They're on their way. Sailor's luck, I hope. Off they go.
Hello there.
I just hope Druid feels good. That's basically it. If Druid's fun to play, I'll vibe. If it's not, I won't play very long.
Engineer.
And fuck past me. So that's the Roa mount. I think it was the Roa mount. And then they also nerfed all of the reduced move speed penalty while using skills. And also limited the boot rune to 1. I think with the 3 changes. But just like there being any is like surprising. But the Roa nerf isn't that big. Because it, reverted the penalty back to 100% instead of 80, so it's like, wasn't that big. It's fine. My vibes increase on this character every day. That might change when I start to get too much attack speed for William Blades, but that's a problem we'll cross when we get there. you doing today? Right, building Alvos, the double corrupt, beast, and heist. Gem room, don't have the other one. Out.
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Still welcome back Fortress, love that.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
Smite Trickster, amen, login. I'm getting any good corruptions in the gloves. I hit 2 so far. For the gloves, I've hit the one that I'm actually use is +2 duration, +2 area, which makes my auras pretty decent size if I make them all. Actually, I think Arctic Armor doesn't have an area tag actually, even though it generates like a little ground effect. Ice from the Vaal version also doesn't have that. But it's mainly just like Vaal Grace could get some levels. Probably not gonna bother using them, but like in theory I could. And aside from that, I had one that was 9 cast speed and 4% ES, which is like technically a tiny upgrade, but it's small enough that I don't really care. You have to redeem or exalt the prefix first for influence, and then yeah, just 1 Forge crit. 1 Forge crit, craft move speed, exalt. If you don't like your exalt, you can reforge crit again until you like your exalt, with the risk of a 6 mod, but that's up to you. Yeah, there's a Discord for racing in this game. I think it's called PoE Community Racing. I think it's what it's called. I'm only ever using it during gauntlets though. I'm not sure how active it is outside of those.
You did it.
Over here.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Ready? Let's go. Good job, Exile. I did it.
Those are so far away from being ready. Pretty much all my gems are going to be ready to corrupt about at the same time. And then I can use all these double temples to corrupt some gloves too. These are the glove options right now. It's like plus 2 duration area and the ES, neither which is good. I still have, looks like 11? 12 pairs of gloves left to corrupt.
Have a look at where you're going. Time to go.
Base crit. I'm ready to get base crit with curse on hit. Funny.
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt. My mana is gone.
Good job, Exile.
This one is captured. I now will take it. This one is captured. I now will take it. No, it will yes, I will dwell.
I'm not going to bother trying to craft a better neck until my next high session.
Ah, there you are.
So like, if after my next high session I don't get either amulet, then I'll look into the new net crafting. Well, my current net crafting. But I gotta finish this like temple, like speed farm stuff first. So I need a bunch of harvest juice and blossoms to do my neck.
I cannot do this yet.
Good job, Exile.
Right now, Simplex doubles my damage from where I currently am, I think. Simplex's Awakening Sword with Null, and then Pray, so it's going to change Reforged Influence, 1 and 8. And then
Ah, there you are.
revert back with Imprint and try again. Over and over again.
Good job.
We will be best. We will be best. Till we slaughter you. Till we slaughter you. This one is captured. I now will take it.
Heist angle? Yeah, he got to do the heist, which I don't mind. Like, Simplex right now would be double damage. I think a focused amulet would be like 40 to 50% more damage. And then just crafting this amulet to actually have a, you know, damage per int on it would be like 25% more damage. But farming in Sacred Blossoms like fucking sucks, so we're not doing it.
Unleash destruction! I nearly have it!
Has to be a cancerous farm. It's a rough one. But if you don't get unlucky, like if you hit the average, it's like very doable. 24 Will Corbs, 24 Nulls, 8 Balsams, 24 Frogs, and like fucking 10,000 Chaos of rolling the mods to Will Corb. It's very doable. As long as you get like hit the average. If you get unlucky and have to like go like double the average, then yeah, you're fucked.
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
My mana is gone.
Good job. Ah, there you are. Time to go.
Yeah, a lot of shit essences is how I actually plan to do it, I think. Instead of chaos orbs. I'm not positive, but I think you like you can generate a lot of screaming essences really fast, like faster than you can generate chaos orbs.
Ah, there you are.
I cannot do this yet.
I'm taking some more PoE2 today. Let's see. Map prep, way less cringe to do. Less gray. New boss.
I will slay every last one of you.
New class, you know, a couple little balance changes, but not like that many. And
Dreamer's will.
bunch of new supports, big passive tree change we haven't seen yet.
Be gone, foul enemy. I'm going to lose focus. Victory!
Yeah, it's got Wolf, Wyvern, Bear. Wolf is the one that I want to be good. If I could choose, like, I want Wolf to be good.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
You are well prepared for the end. This is a
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Ah, there you are. Time to go.
Let's try to double up.
Defend me. Destroy them all.
Western Crew 2 has the meta. I think mostly bow shooting Roa riders. And then like some ES abusing like lich setups with a few different builds like Eat Contagion, the crossbow thing, Blood Mage casters. And that's like 90% of the player base is like those three. I think 800 wings is probably like 80% chance of hitting helical, I think, ish, maybe 85. I don't know how math works, but it's 1 in 500 wings.
I cannot do this yet. My mana is gone.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
This one is captured.
Good job.
Keep Astrolobes. I think Astrolobes like 5-1 for an amulet, I think. Or a good amulet, that is. Oh, lucky. It was like reduced accuracy map to me.
Let's get it done. Cover me. Burn it all to the ground.
Yeah, if you do 800 high swings, I think you're going to come out on average with like probably at least 50 divines. Be like 50 to 60. Not really sure. I think divines are like every 20 wings, but they can jump in stacks. Not sure what the stack chance is. But 50 divines, you know, 50 Taylor rings, hip rings for like all that shit you could ever need. A bunch of exalts and maybe a couple sacreds. Hopefully the rings in next you want. That says fortify. In hardcore, goddamn. This season doesn't end for like 3 more months. Go on. Or it ends in a week, based on your mindset.
Destruction! It's done. You did it! The dreamer welcomes you. Yes, just like that. The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
What am I doing here? I was talking about maybe just going for like over quality body armors. That seems kind of
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Let's burn through Mysterious first.
I did it.
Really controllable and fine. I mean, I can control it decently well on the way out of that high fortress. Overquality tincture. Level 84. I think pen is level 85 for tier 1. I love that I'm actually just farming like the Po2 mechanic.
Ah, there you are. Ready? It's time. Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job. Ah, there you are. Ready to... It's time. Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time.
Hey, you never know. Maybe Alva's not going to take that long in Druid 2. I'm sure it's one of those things where like when you first start doing it, it's definitely going to be slow because you're going to be sitting there thinking and reading and just like unsure the best way to like place the rooms. But once you have a good idea of like how the mechanic works and like what your goals are, probably won't take that long to build rooms. Especially if you're just like, I'm rushing in Zero, you're like, I'm rushing for this one thing, you know? I could see it being pretty fast, like once you're proficient with it. But I also could see it being totally fucking worthless until later game, if it doesn't have good base loot. The destroy mechanic, yeah, the destroy mechanic at first, like hearing that, how it works that way, it's like red flags for days for sure. Like that shit sounds like it could be totally fucking terrible. But until we play it, see how often the destroy happens, and you actually just kind of get a feel for it, it's hard to say. Like when they first like were showing it, I was like, oh, so when you kill Ziri, it resets. Like that was my first initial assumption, but it was gonna be like betrayal. But instead it's not like that. And instead it's like every time you go in, like you have a chance for destroys to start to happen, and if you do certain encounters, it like forces a big destroy and stuff. But we'll see how it feels. Like if you get like one room destroyed that cuts off 20 other rooms you had, like are those also gone, or can you just like rebuild? Can you just rebuild that part of the temple? A lot of things we gotta find out. Four.
Ah, there you are.
Ready, exile! It is time to hunt!
Good job.
Proof against the swarm! I nearly have it! For the dreamer!
Off you go, little beast! Away! I cannot do this.
Ah, there you are. Good job.
Another build? Nah, not this league.
Ah, there you are.
Next build will be Druid and PoE2. If this character dies and I want to play some more PoE1, I probably would make another Wander, maybe. Look into that if I could make one like really good.
I did it. I mean,
What news?
Greetings.
Go now.
here's the plan. Let's go.
Very connected. Probably me.
Good job.
Return to your barren world! Destroy
Yeah, it was point 3 where I played pretty much like maybe 25 hours total the entire league. Across 2 characters and 2 resets.
We can win this.
I don't think I even did like a red map last league in MFO 2. The league before I had like 10 days playtime. And I genuinely have no clue what this league will be. Which of those 2 outcomes it'll be. I just really fucking hope Druid's fun.
Ah, there you are. Ready to...
Bring the beast in my sights, exile.
Ah, there you... Time to go.
What's your word for washing? It's probably still possible for the rest of the day, but not going to be in this channel. So I'm no longer in that category, so it probably wouldn't count anymore. Not sure.
There you are.
Can I help?
It worked. Let us proceed.
Not going to join the patch notes? What do you mean?
Ah, there you are. It's time.
You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will.
Ah, there. Time to go.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Oh, like I didn't have any? And you wanted some?
Good job.
My bad.
Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit. Time to go. Good job, Elsa. Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Goal. The main thing I'm working toward is double corrupting my 12 claws. Or gloves.
Exile.
And as soon as I finish with that, I also want to try to get 2120 Vaal Reeve and 2022 Vaal Reeve if possible.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Ah, it's time. Good job. Ah, let's go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt.
Bug. At the Druid? Hell yeah. That's the plan. Not the Druid, maybe a Warrior, but my Warrior meant the shield build. I don't see myself doing anything with maces ever again. I never tried doing tree claws before. All my like 16 pairs of claws that I had came from just fortresses.
I did it.
Can I help? The thread is revealed.
We've every incursion needs proper. It's time. Good job. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job, Exo.
Thank.
Ah, there you go. Time to go. Good job, Exo.
Exile! You...
Ah, there you go. It's time.
Up you go, little beast! Away!
Good job.
My monarch is gone.
Can I help? The thread
Bunch of
is revealed.
accuracy. Let's see what we got these days. Even 31,000.
I cannot do this.
Ready, exile? It is time.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job, Exo.
Observe divinity. You deny.
That's crap for the claws. I think you want if you can just choose them from thin air. I think you want power charge on crit, global crit multi, and then frenzy on kill, global crit multi. I think. Like reliability, like technically, I want to do burning rage. Not really. Let's see it. Technically, like crit multi is really good too, but I don't have frenzy charges while mapping from any other source, so that one's always really good. And Assassin's Mark feels pretty unreliable to me for power charges when mapping. Whenever I get enhanced in there, it'll help a little bit, I'm sure, but doesn't seem very strong. Having power charges from that would help. Dedication, that one shouldn't be a tank.
Ah, there you are.
Hail.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
We will be best friends until we slaughter
Good
you.
job, Exa.
This one is captured. Line up.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Ah, there you are.
Jones.
Love hunting.
Good job. Ah, there you
You have been captured, beast. We will be survivor in for you until we slaughter you.
Ah, there you are. Good job.
Before they start prep, there's nothing to prep yet. We don't even have like, we basically have zero information for like what I'm trying to do. Like my goal is to play a Druid. We basically have zero information on Druid. That entire part of the passage tree is being like reworked, and the ascendancies are old teaser ascendancies from like PR sites that are not up to date as they could be. I'm sure it's mostly what it is, but you know that. We don't know what the new passive points are on that one ascendancy. We don't know like how the tree works for the keystone ascendancy, like what good options there are, because we don't know what the tree is. We don't have gem info. So there's basically zero information relevant to anything that I'm planning on playing. All I know is that if you like bows and crossbows are still going to be OP. That's all I know. Yeah, but here's the thing, Kinetic Rain was a trash skill from the start. It was never going to be good. Even the unnerfed, like, pre-tease state was a really bad skill. Like, mediocre at best for, like, killing, like, fucking Fortress boss. And then it got pre-nerfed. Better cast on crit. So you didn't play Kinetic Rain. you just
Hello.
You could have used any skill. Let me fix that. Using Kinetic Rain to deal damage. Nice, another double. I have so many doubles. Any more gems to corrupt? Upgrade your tablets. Yeah, basically what they did was they removed instilling maps and they made it so tablets can get a lot better. But the thing is, you didn't actually instill your maps until, you know, a decent little bit of playtime. Like, it wasn't like you instantly were just doing that from the start. You didn't have instillings. So they gated the, like, replacement for instillings behind a metric that's like a little bit, of progression into the game. Like, Arbiter is a very fast boss to get to and kill. Because don't the little like Arbiter Guardians spawn in clusters now of 3, so it's not even like you have a like the big RNG problem of finding all 3 individually. So like finding Arbiter is like not hard, and it gives you like a clear progression, a quest to work towards as soon as you enter maps to like progress your mapping.
This world is not yours.
In hardcore, I mean, phase 2 has like one mechanic that's dangerous for the most part, so I think that's crazy, and phase 1 is just those the same pass-fail gimmicks that have been made a little bit easier over the like time playing the game. A little better visibility, more clear.
Approach, challenger.
But I think on difficulty 0, it's just like the same shitty like binary pass-fail on the rays of fire, but the visibility is better now. And on difficulty 0, it used to be that you had like a lot of time to get into the lines. Most important thing is basically like don't dodge roll until you're sure. Like you just walk and you only dodge roll as like a reaction to realizing, oh fuck, I went the wrong way.
Ah, there you are. Just ah, let's go. Good job. Ah, there you are.
Locust.
Good job.
On baseline warrior. Yeah, I mean, I think Karn is probably going to do a full, my guess is like self-on software Arbiter run on warrior. Probably already started it. So if I care, I can just like watch that and kind of get a vibe for. That's like nowadays.
Come on now, don't go all day.
Ah, there you are.
I don't think I'm going to do a full Arbiter run though. I'll like do like an Act 4 run before the league comes out, and that's about it. Reduce himself. No. He might kill me.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Just there. Time to go.
My money is gone.
Good.
Hunt or be hunted,
Time to go.
You have been captured, beast. Great job, Spider.
Good job.
I now will take.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job.
Hello.
Caught.
Bring the beast to exile. Be best friends, me.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
Smile.
Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job, Exo. Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job.
A fresh tag. It is done.
I did it.
Well, I can actually run. Let's go. Gloves. Who's up next? You. White sockets.
Can I help?
Here's the plan. Let's go.
My money's gone.
Good job, Exo.
This better dies than that portal out. Maybe mentioned. There will be a it'll revive in my hideout. And then if I want I can just re-enter the map and it'll be there again.
You are well prepared.
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
This one is captured. You have been captured.
These aren't perma flasks. These are just flasks.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
Dollar playing farming is fine. We don't really hate incursion. Play fast.
Good job. Ah, there
Quickly,
it's
Nico,
time.
quickly.
Off you go, little beast. Do not worry, little beast. We are fresh now.
Good job.
That up with a new patch. Still OP, probably still the best ascendancy in softcore by a lot. Its hardcore viability decreased a good chunk with the nerf to, the nerf to tailwind and the removal of windward. It's a pretty big hit to the softcore viability, but for the hardcore viability. But until we see the ES nerfs that they've talked about but have not showcased, it's impossible to really know where it's at defensively. So the Ghost Shot nerf on its own, like Ghost Shot's still really good, just not quite as strong.
There you are. Let's go.
Exile, you are a welcome omen, survivor. You are well prepared for the end. This is a fine.
Good job, Exile. Ah, there you are. Time to go.
But OP, it was very OP, yeah.
Good job.
Talk about PW2 Jedi.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job.
Actually OP, it was actually OP. Like no ascendancy in the game was close except for Lich. And if they nuke ES, then Lich would nuke us either. But like Deadeye gave really good offense, good coverage, good speed, good defense. Like it actually gave a lot of everything. Whereas most ascents in the game only give like a little bit of one thing, it gave a lot of everything.
Can I help?
Like it was like the best max hit ascendancy of like any non-ES stacking ascendancy, and you could just play ES on it if you wanted to. The avoidance, the move speed. OP.
I cannot do this.
Ah, there you are. Ready to.
Gems. Still strong. Oh, for sure, it's still very strong. I assume that Mirage ascendancy thing is probably going to be the same as the gem and be like a stationary Mirage thing, which sucks, but yeah, Tailwind, even after the nerf, is still an exceptionally powerful ascendancy.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
First one to look upon this gold beast will be best. Will we slaughter you?
Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time.
And like 20% damage to close things or far things, and plus on Barrage still very good, especially with the nerf to the rune for plus on Barrage to only be 1 instead of like fucking 4.
Will be best, beast.
Ah, there you are. Ready. Time. Ah.
Max res on the very last one, not quite in time.
Good job, Exile.
Bell totems are gonna get nerfed. Why? Because they're a viable spell setup. They're usable for spells.
Greetings.
We've found. Here's the plan. Let's. Good job, Exile.
Quickly, Nico, quickly.
Ah.
You have been captured. You will be a survivor, or you will be. Bring the beast in my sight.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good. Ah, there you. Let's go.
Of corruption. I want to go with that gift for the goddess. I can get my Viper check of the Mamba.
There you are. Let's go. Good job. There you are.
Do not
Time to
worry,
go.
little beast. We are friends now.
Good job.
Repent, and you may yet rescue yourself. My time at last.
This shouldn't take a moment.
Thank.
I welcome you. She is pleased.
Garbage. Vaal.
Prove yourself, warrior. Brave this. Steel yourself, warrior. Let's you handle this. Brave this. I'm finally starting to enjoy myself. Steel yourself, warrior. Satisfactory. Until next time, warrior.
Oh, we got one finally. Let's go. Think. Only took a month. I can stop killing this stupid fucking boss now. Got the dust? No. I spent the knife of life to get more out of Heart of Flame. Nope. Only because Heart of Flame is not casting damage taken. Heart of Flame has a delay. It's not reliable as a casting damage taken source. If your character dies faster than like half a second, full to dead, Heart of Flame might not even proc. You're better off just having it proc constantly on cooldown with Warp Runecraft than to do that.
There you are. Ready to... Good job, Exile. There you... Time to go.
And if you're playing a Scytho Slammer with Warp Runecraft and like CDR Heart of Flame, you actually mitigate so much damage that you don't even burn through your whole Molten Shell on your own. And you can just like alternate Molten Shell and Heart of Flame, just constantly always have one up.
First one to spot this capture
did it.
Locust.
Let's begin.
Locust, 20 quality, Shaper's Touch, blah. +2 minion. We hate them. I just ran into though, I feel like Anakin on that episode with the sand people right now.
Justice will
About fucking minions.
I cannot do this yet.
Damn. The lab is not updated, unfortunately. Is there a room over here? It's not. One of the ones where the key is right by it. Try to check for first.
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door. Let the day dawn golden with potent little gift from our primitive past. Oh, the weary
I've played minions. I mean, in this game, I would happily play minions if they were good. If I feel like I can get like a good build that like feels good to play and has good defense for myself, happily. I fucking love minions, but
Find your determination.
I think most of the temporary minions aren't very
You
good these
were
days.
born for this. Those who stand should never outnumber those who kneel.
And like, there's like some bug specters that are really strong in this patch, but they'll be fixed next patch. And I think the ones Ziz was playing weren't bugged. His character was like okay, but I mean, his character was pretty strong. Okay, Reaper's busted. Yeah, like I'm not gonna do any minion experimenting myself, but if I ever see like a minion build where I look at it, I'm just like, wait, that fucking owns. I'm shameless.
Dark influences reside.
I'll happily look into it and play it. I mean, Crash Claws are one that people played before they were bugged, so surely those have to be good, right? With them just doing 4x damage. Tops already over. I don't think they're over in the P2 category, but I don't think there's any drops in this category. I gotta fix these mana problems, dude. It's so annoying.
You are condemned.
Like, I didn't have mana for Frostblink or Mortal Call there, like neither one went off, I pressed both.
Sweep the trappings of
Oh, Crash Claws aren't bugged.
Make your empire anew.
I cannot do this yet.
Lab good today? I don't know. Her lab's not updated, and so far this one doesn't like feel like insane by any means. Oh, it's things that don't convert by default that you convert that are good. Oh, I see, I see. That's why I said to get operatives for a thing.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must. Empire awaits you with open jaws. The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Grab that multi-strike too, because you know we're gonna hit it. Fraction, no one wants that shit. Dude, if I had this luck on League Start, I would actually quit the game. That's 3 Gift of the Goddesses, 26 fonts, without hitting the targeted font, which is a 1 in 8, or just hitting it natty. That's wild. Like doing that in Merc Lab would actually be like, it's like 4 hours. Just gone if it was the RNG in Merc Lab.
Have a look at where you're going. It's time.
This Awakened font thing, I think that one's like super rare. Like that one's rare enough that like we don't have a sample size for that, I'm pretty sure. But if anyone knows, it'd be in like the prohibited library Discord.
There you are. It's time. Good job.
That's an offering. It's only level 83 offerings, I can see it. For the Woke Gem one.
There you are. Time to go.
Most people don't do very many level 83 labs.
There you are.
We will be up.
I mean, 1,000 Gift to the Goddesses.
We are friends. We are friends.
Good job.
Like an absurd amount. What the fuck are you farming that for?
This one is captured. I know you have been captured. You will be a survivor in capture, boys. You will be a survivor, or you will
The Helmet Chance Service was like super fucking super valuable.
There you are. Let's go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job, excellent. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job.
Hail!
Ah, there you are. Let's
My mana is gone.
Good job.
I will slay every last one of you! Rima, protect me! Almost there! Oh, the dreamer!
ready, exile. It is time to hunt.
Fight them off while I handle this! I can do this! Nearly done! Proof against the storm!
You can coordinate this league, like targeting fractures with the tree is super fucking good. Love that shit. One of the biggest ones, like Vaal runs, making different builds and things viable.
Ah, there you are. Ready? It's time.
Yeah, underwhelming outside of figure items was how it was always going to be. There was never going to be any like. And besides that, it's just how it works.
There you are. Time to go.
I cannot do this yet.
Good job. Ah, you are. Let's go.
Like there's choir, there's this. Like very strong hyper endgame setups.
Good job, Exo.
There's a couple like just slightly better versions of the Unix we already had. There's like Valborn Wrathpith, which it makes
Revisit the past. Greetings. Let's go.
This one is Captain.
different kinds of life stackers exist. Yeah, there's like the very trust fit for some crazy ass pop builds. Impending Doom helmet, no neat.
We are friends now.
I did it. Let's have a look at the layout.
Honestly, there's more useful Valborans and more like super missed Valborans than I really expected. Would be.
Good job, Exo. Ah, there you go. Let's go.
It's like the unnatural instinct. It's like super strong when it's like double Valborn.
Ah, there you go. Time to go.
The red dream for life stacking. 100% mind never matters possible without well, it's just possible. First time ever, that's impossible.
Good job. Ah, there you go. It's time. Good job.
Let's get it done. Cover me. Dream not. Oh, no! Not here! Not now! Silent force!
Cannot do this yet.
Existence is stilled!
I think there's like a lot of sources of monster defense or like damage reduction. But to reach true dot cap, you actually need like pretty stupendous dot damage. If you're actually dealing dot cap damage to a monster, almost everything in the game dies extremely fast. Well, like outlier setups like Delve, that's not the case, and I think like maybe the div card farm, Wolf Ring, not sure though. That one's lifer
Regenerating!
for DR.
Not here! Not now!
My mana is gone.
Dreamer, protect me! I'll take you all down with me! I'll have to stay behind.
Yeah, let's do for pilfering. I got a heist soon. As I build up these like deception contracts.
Farewell.
Been there too often.
I greet you once again. Yes, just like that. She will soon bear fruit.
Bug. Typical Poetry League. I mean, if you play like a ton of .3 and like you're interested in the end game, maybe. But like Druid is here, so no. I'm all good. Been waiting 6 years for Druid.
Good job.
This one is captured. I will take it. You have been captured, you idiot.
Ah, there you are.
This one is captured. I now will take it.
Right back to hardcore! Let's see you get through this!
Yeah, if you haven't played since launch, I wouldn't skip it. A lot's changed since then. The game's gotten a lot better since launch. Mirror dropping Stealth Helm before? Nah. My mirrors for Brandis Trade League and Affliction Trade League.
Be gone, foul enemy! Oh, Red
Thanks. The phone's any slow. PO2? Yeah. For sure. That part's never changing. Or at least not for many years.
You will experience no real pain. Approach, Charlotte.
Ready, X?
Ah, there you are.
Up you come, Lord enemy. We will be best. We slaughter.
No, my breach slew, we lost it. Oh no, it's on at the breach instead of on me. That makes sense.
Ah, there you are. Let's
We will be best friends, beast, until we slaughter you! You have been captured, beast! You will be a survivor!
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
This one is captured! I now will take it!
Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time.
I cannot do this yet.
There are no more...
Damn, it takes a long time to burn through like 1100 chaos. Spending 5C on fucking breach or on heist.
Nothing will they remember.
Proof against the swarm!
My mana is gone.
We can win this! For the dreamer!
Ah, there you are. Ah, let's
Will the loot still better in here too? It might. It's a pretty big patch for loot. With like the removal of distilled stuff. I can tell you this, if you weren't like at the point where you were like juicing your maps with like distilled emotions on every single map, loot for sure will feel better. But if you're someone that was doing that, we'll see. It might feel better, it might feel the same, it might feel a little worse. Depends on how good they got the balance. Like new tablet mods and the like more loot, less pack size thing.
I did it. I mean,
Hello.
history repeats.
You will experience no real pain. That will soon change. I cannot do this yet.
Let's have a look at the layout. Ah, there you are.
Sims.
My mana is gone.
Good job. Ah, there you are.
Water your plants, like the summon volcanoes, you mean?
Almost there. For the dreamer!
Right in CO2. Hey man, someone's gotta do it. There. Why are you staring?
Ah, there you are.
Not that.
Good job. They should call.
You are well prepared for the end. This is a device and me.
Dogs.
Great job, Expediter. I now you are well prepared.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job, Exo.
What's the other Alva?
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job, Exo.
Wasn't successful though, was it? He failed.
I can do this.
Offline.
Not here. Not now. Regenerating.
Griffin login. Practice Druid by playing like dual strike with melee splash and no movement skills. Griffin, what's your favorite? What's your favorite one? Your favorite Druid form? Let me know. What is it?
Unleash destruction. Regenerating.
Bear. Yeah, Bear looks could definitely be good. I just really hope Cat is good. Bear could be sick. Like if you can actually fucking kill things by just like stampeding across them with like fire raining down around you, that could be sick. If it actually works. I just hope Cat is good because I think I'm gonna feel cool when I play it, you know? Like I'm wearing sunglasses. But in game, you know?
I won't die so easily.
It looks like the same as sprint turn, like great bullshit for Stampede. Just like okay, but you just can't do sharp turns at all.
I'll have to. You did it.
Ah, there you are.
Bring the beast in my sights, exile.
Ah, there you are.
Up you go, little beast.
Shit, Menage's full.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
While you're in the temple menu, nothing counts down now. Game's full paused, everything's chilling.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
What actually changed about Menagerie clearing? Isn't it just that you can slur beasts out more easily? And they also increase the size of the... It'll work.
First ones are watching survival. Don't disappoint. The ritual is complete. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete.
Just fall on the ground.
Prove to the first
Interesting.
ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivors. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. Greeting. Hello.
Huh.
Greeting.
What you're telling me is you walk over here, you do that. And then we just... click that. A little faster. Oh yeah, a lot faster if you do that. Yeah, Blue, it's one of the ones you made. I think this can be a bigger now. But I still just have these two for the red beasts. It's like a cooldown per slot or something. So you can do it pretty fast like this.
Hello.
I wonder how many crush calls I have. I haven't used any yet. 29. Decent amount of beasts used. I think I have a watcher as well.
Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete.
Fuck.
The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. The ritual is complete. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor.
Watch it.
The ritual is complete. To the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. You are truly a survivor. Prove to the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. To the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. To the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. To the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete. To the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. To the first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. To the
Thought it was over?
worthy exile.
You thought it was over?
You are truly a survivor. To the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete. To the first ones you are worthy, exile. The ritual ritual is complete.
Or that a yellow piece already? Oh, that's not gonna happen. I don't think.
The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. To the first ones, you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. To the first ones, you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete. To the first ones, you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. To the first ones, you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. To the first ones, you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. To the first ones, you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete. To the first ones, you are worthy, exile. The ritual is complete.
Should I make this farm? Not really. Just kind of hope a tree gives them me eventually. That's kind of it.
You are truly a survivor. To the first ones, you are worthy, exile.
Hope a mapper gives me a div card eventually. I still have to get some 17s, get mapping stuff for that. And build up an 8-mod pool.
Truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint. The ritual is complete.
How many of these do I have? It's gotta be over soon.
Don't disappoint them. The ritual is complete. The first ones are watching survivor. Don't disappoint them. You are truly a survivor.
But I'm still on the first beast that just procced 40% no use every single time.
Disappoint them. You are truly a survivor. The first ones are watching survivor.
And munitions for what? Eventually, I need them to get Harvest Piece and Sacred Groves. Bother with any of the other ones, I don't think. Cat! These pop-ups. Only 31 of these things. Almost enough to do mapping stuff again.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
First one.
I cannot do this yet.
Great job, exile. I now relate the captive. The first one, come on, you own. First one, look upon this capture with pride. You hunt well.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
My money is gone.
The dreamer welcomed. She will soon bear fruit. Let's get it done. Cover me. Dance with the flame. I can do this. Be gone, fiends. Regenerating.
Not too much this league. Is there even such thing? Deadeye Bear shapeshifting. I feel like it's gonna be like Titan or Smith. Or maybe Invoker. You Lich. Yes, isn't actually nerfed.
I won't die so easily.
But I want Wyvern. That could be good as well. If Wyvern form is good. Like if those numbers on like fucking Oil Blast or Oil Spit, whatever it's called, go in, then yeah, like that's gonna be like a super high single target skill. I just have to assume that ES is still going to be the most OP defense until we see what the nerfs actually even are to ES. The patch notes didn't have any that mattered.
I won't fail. Proof against the storm. Go. I'll have it. You did it! Hello. I did it.
You propose to get him to do a bunch of corruptions. I will win for sure.
Enter. She will soon bear fruit.
Think.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
look at where you're going. It's time.
My money is gone. I cannot do this yet.
Good job, Exile.
Be hunted, exile! Up you go! Do not worry. We are friends now.
Print check. E6. Almost 200. Getting there.
Be hunted, exile!
Ah, there you are. Let's Ah, there you are. Time to go.
This one simplex, pretty unlikely.
Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time. Ah, there you are. It's time.
see you get through this.
Fuck.
Almost there. Keep them back. The dreamer.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job.
Double fortress split.
Bring the beast in my sights, exile.
Ah, there you are. Ready? It's time. Good job, sir. Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit the past? Time to go.
The first ones look upon this capture with pride, exile. You hunt well.
Good job.
Yokohama.
It's back at 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Like 30 tattoos. Actually, I think it's 44 tattoos.
Ah, there you are.
The first ones look upon this capture with pride.
Good job.
You hunt well. We are friends now. We will be best friends, Beast, until we slaughter you.
Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit the past? The more you kill, the more you change my map. And the closer we get to finding the temple in the present day. Let's have a look at the layout.
Off you go, enemies.
Good job, Exile. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job. I did it. I mean,
Locus of Corruption, let's fucking go. Which one? You. Law. Easy white sockets? Nah, attack crit, attack speed. Or attack crit plus 1 gems.
Farewell.
And 23. I don't think that actually the quality ever really matters, right? It's enhanced, it's either 16 to 24.
Let's have a look at the layout.
I don't think it's that simple though. It's a little bit worse. PoE2. A lot more shit going on there. A lot more good outcomes. A lot of
Good job.
little currency items in different mentions that are weird. If it is the way it reads, where it's like coin flip destroy item or add implicit, that's definitely better than Info 1. Right, whereas it's a quarter for implicits here. But you get 2 of them, but like in Po 2 you're only double corrupting things that already are corrupted and good.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
This one is captured. Nine I will take.
Good job,
I definitely wouldn't say it's worse, just different for those things. And you might even be able to get level 22 gem corrupts in PoE2's version of that.
That's better.
Pricing clarity now. Log in, bud. Strength boots. Fuck the strength boots. Claws in stack all day.
You will be a survivor.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Thanks, goodbye. Good job.
Quicksilver. Yeah, I started doing Keegan or Egan maps again. I had to. Doing shit layouts without Quicksilver feels so bad. In like Dunes, you don't really need it, but
Stuff in from the carnage.
What was I doing again? Welcome. Back to work.
the doctor. I don't need that dog shit card. I already have a headhunter. Never suppression. Always blah.
Off they go. Sailor's luck, I hope.
Great job, Isla.
Just a lot better to stack. Yeah. Usually. I've never seen a strength stat POB that looks like an actual good character. They might exist, but I've never seen it. So I got a few like Zenith 2-hand setups that are okay, but like then you're playing Zenith.
Ah, there you are.
I cannot do this yet.
We will be best friends, beast. Slaughter you.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit the past? Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Survivor. You are well prepared for the
Good job.
There's like 10 skills that technically you could use if you wanted to with this setup. Best ones are like Reave and Lightning Strike. Like general purpose gaming. You're okay with like Strike skill clear, like Mamba with Splash and Ancestral Call. Which does a lot of damage, but then you're like, you know, Strike skill clear. Just like never the best.
Defend me! Be gone, fiends!
With level 19 Reeves at 20, 2 more double creps.
We can win this! Oh, Ragnar!
better. It's a coin flip, man. It's literally a coin flip to go positive. Or to go over 100. Curse on him breaks the item. Minus quality Vaal. Lucky, wrong direction. A little more difficult. There's a surprising amount of impulses. Spell crit. Damn, that's a high ass spell crit roll too. Literal perfect fine spell crit. Too bad spells aren't actual builds. Vaal with no change.
There you are. It's time. Good job, Exo. Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit the past? Time to go.
Ready, exile?
Ah, there you are. Ready. Let's go.
We will be best friends, King.
Last long Pokemon game I played, Battlefield 6.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job, Exile. Ah, there you go. Let's
Open that second door with that shrine.
good. The influence.
Doesn't matter. On the coin flip anyways.
Ready, Exile? It is time.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job.
I cannot do this here.
This one is captured. I know it's taken. This one is captured. I know it's taken. Hey! Love hunting.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Good
Fresh from Max, yes, you alt rolled quickly. I think boss rolling is probably also viable, but
Ah, there you are. Ready to... Let's
when
go.
that happened to me, I'm pretty sure I just alt rolled suffixes. So you have 2 tier 1s you can hit, and then you can like power and regal whenever you hit T1 end. More attributes, but they're really good. Exalt. The alt prefixes too. You get a bunch of level 84 beasts. You can also do like suffix prefix suffix stuff on your misses.
Ah, there you
Just like
are.
no one ever wants to actually farm 84 beasts for that crafting purpose.
Quickly,
Ah,
Nico,
there you
quickly.
are. It's time. Good job.
Ready, Exile?
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
We will be best friends, me, until we slaughter you.
Good job. Ah, there you are.
Double.
Off you go, little beast. Away!
Good job, Exile.
Oh, excellent. Go fine.
I did. Let's go. Good
My
job,
mana is gone.
Go now.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job,
Bring
Exo.
the beast in my sights, exile. Survivor, you are well prepared.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job. Ah, there you are. It's
Do you not?
good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good.
You cling to life only out of ignorance. You left me there, Zana. Centuries alone in the ashes. Once more.
Until he's alone. Alone. I got buffed.
I cannot do this yet.
E D.
There you are. It's time. Greeting. Good job, Exo. Ah, there you are. Time to go.
This one is captured. I now will take it.
Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit the
Gems
past?
at the very end. No point even trying with that one.
Good job.
This is a lot.
First one, look upon this capture.
Ah, there you
Lovely.
are. Let's go.
I did like weak claws and I don't know, like fucking 13 gloves so far. Forgot how many I haven't had at start. That's unlikely I ever play PD2. But D3 tomorrow? Hey, I don't know, might install it. Take my double cups now, I got some bulk gems ready, or some exceptional gems ready.
I can do this! No! Not here! Not now!
3 blood. Now.
I did it. I mean,
That's a temple? Jesus, that one sucks.
Welcome back. She will soon bear fruit.
Bug.
She is pleased.
You have 2 really high rolled ancient ones now if I will never do that. I have like a 111 and a 112.
Let's have a look at the layout.
I cannot do this yet.
Good job, Exile. Ah, there. Let's go.
Do not worry. Do not worry. We are friends now. We are friends now. This one is captured.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
Drums.
The first one.
My mana is gone.
Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job.
Do not worry. We are friends now.
Got me! Be gone, fiends! Now I can focus. Proof against the swarm! Almost there!
Oh, let's put battle in this. I think that's the second best skill, or the first best skill. Or even LS, like the 2 main ones. I haven't tried LS yet. I like how Reed feels, and Reed gets fortified, so like, what's the point? Probably another one. Lighten, enhance, enlighten. $20 quality gloves. Better than 4 enlightens and haven't hit level 4 yet. Ooh, what are you talking? We finally hit level 4. I didn't save that much mana. Wasn't it like 70 mana? Ooh. Enhance. I only have 1 enhance left. But enhance 4 is not necessary. I like it, but not needed. We got the enlightenment finally, because the mana at like 130 mana felt kind of bad. I think 200 is a lot better. And I might eventually recraft and get rid of some of my reservation jewels, possibly. Ooh. The only exceptionals I have now that are uncorrupted, these empowers. I don't really care about corrupting, I don't think. We don't use them. One of those men is the Watchers? Nope. Wait, what? I need all 3 of them. Especially this one.
There you are. Let's go.
Alright. I've ran like, I think almost no fear. It's like only 1. It was scoured. I forgot what the chance for it was. I think it was like 10%. Next time I do bossing stuff, I'll definitely do a batch of feareds. So I didn't have the reverence for it. But I think after this batch of dudes maps, I think what I want to do is go run more map rolled tier 17s and generate like a fucking quad tab of 8 motherfucking cathedrals. You're gonna have to last me until the Po 2 league comes out.
There you are. Hello.
Hunt not be hunted, exile! Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
My monarch is gone.
I'm thinking Wolfman, that's what I want to try to do. Until we get gem info, there's not going to be any way to know if it's like a real thing or not. And like, last league, I don't think we ever got gem info. If I remember right, I feel like gem info came from the data mine, like right before the patch hit. But like it could be like a, you know, we're in the queue and just for the first time building our passive tree and stuff. First impression doesn't sound according to what's possible already. Yeah, but like we haven't even seen like all this type of stuff, and like sure, like you know if you want you can just log in on bows and crossbows and dumpster the game easily. But like Druid's out. It's new. Log in.
There you are. Let's
I cannot do this.
there you are. Let's go.
Love hunting. Oh, that you see one exile.
Good job, exile. There. Let's go.
Do not. We are friends now.
Good job, exile.
I give you to my ancestors.
Unlocks more nodes on Oracle.
There you are. Ready to. Time to go.
Hope one of these connect. Got an explosive room, so we're good no matter what.
My monarch is gone.
Good job, exile. There you are.
Quickly, Nico, quickly. They're waiting.
you are. It's time.
I think Wolf Druid, no clue. Two different things. Right off the bat, I don't think either of the Druid Ascends look clearly insane, but obviously the one with like the passive tree bit, like we don't know the inevitable crit since it's gonna work. If it works out the support gem is trash. If it's better, maybe that's useful. And like all the passive tree stuff with like the keystone notables and whatnot, we just don't have any idea if that's gonna be good because we don't know what the passive tree is. So like, I'm thinking for Wolf Druid, which is what I want to play. Are they gonna be like just like fucking like Smith or Titan or like Invoker, maybe Amazon if it's a bottom left ascendancy, or like Lich possibly if this isn't nerfed at all. If it's a bottom left ascendancy, it'd be like armor life based. If it's a right side ascendancy, it'd be ES based.
Location of the temple. Let's make history.
Damn, only 4 of these fuckers left. Armor stuff is good enough that like you might be able to do it no shield at a high enough gear level. Not sure how it would feel early, but it's very doable. Oof. Well, yeah, I mean, most P nodes and ES nodes on Druid unlikely to happen if you're on a left side setup. But the Wolf's just fast on its own, always. Who needs 3 speed nodes? Okay, so I only have 3 more Shaper's Touches anyways. I've got 3 double corrupt things for them as soon as I can. Waiting on the generals to be ready for those.
Let's have a look at the layout. Time to go. Good job, Exo. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job.
Love hunting.
Hunter K-Bach. I think Magewood K-Bach probably could be like the peak of vibes, but like this build definitely more fun than K-Bach without Magewood, just because like this build goes fast as fuck. Even without Magewood, this build can go really fast with Whirl stuff. And like Whirl, when I first started using it, it was kind of annoying. Like my vibes when playing this build increased a lot when I just decided to do dunes, you know? So, do good map layouts, we're all good.
Go with courage.
Ah, there you are.
Yeah, I mean, being tank good in this would be nice, but realistically, only Light Trickster builds that can play block FPS on block.
Good job, excellent.
Have any competitive
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
standing for defense.
Approach, challenger. Hey! Hunting.
Ah, there you are. It's time. There you are. Time to go.
And this build like absolutely fucking like crushes Trickster offense.
Good job.
It's always fun doing tons of damage. Air Ranger incoming. I mean, I can see that on like Wyvern, but Ring, but like Air. Air.
Go with courage.
Tomorrow's Tuffy High Stay.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
Exile, you are a welcome omen. I cannot do this yet.
Vaal. Hey, plus one Vaal.
Let's
on a row while shapeshifted? I mean, maybe, but as soon as you use a skill that's not a bow skill, you get thrown off it, right? Or just like disables them entirely.
Regenerating.
Rose not being allowed to shoot crossbow skills is like the biggest miscarriage of justice. Yeah, but Row is better than just 0 penalty while shooting. Also makes you immune to light stuns. It is very neat.
There you are. It's time.
This one is captured. I now will take it.
Good job, there you are.
We will be best friends, Beast. Until we slaughter you. You will be a survivor.
Good job. There you are. Let's go.
You have been captured, Beast. You will be a survivor.
I did it. I did. Have a look at where you're going. Time to go.
This one is captured. I now will take it. not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Good job.
I cannot do this yet.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job, Exile. Ah, there you are. Let's Ah, there you
Bring the beast to my side. Do not worry, little beast.
Good job.
I shall slay every last one of you! Silence falls! Help me! Destroy them all! Be gone, foul enemy! Oh, the dreamer!
What? Do you not have nets, Exile? To you.
Ah, there you are.
Gems.
Time to go.
Off you go, little beast.
Gems, gems, gems.
Good job.
Gems.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
More of this exile.
Good job.
This for anti-claw never hit. Yeah, that happened to me a few times on my claws.
Hello.
I just spent 13 divines to win 2 coin flips. A little bit ago. It's great.
The dreamer welcomes you.
I'll be sometimes though.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
I think. Got an Emperor's Wit Valdo I'm gonna run
Genesis
later.
tree accepts your offering.
I kinda wanted to get my Mamba set up. But I've seen 29 labs and haven't seen Mamba yet, so.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
Hunt or be hunted, Exile.
Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time.
We will be best friends.
Good job.
I cannot do
It's craft. One storming, one exposure craft. On the storming, 4% int. And damage per int corruption. on the tool graph, like frenzy on unique target hit and damage per int. Corruption.
There you are. Time to go.
But it's quite possible to actually get anything close to that in Selfbound. Even in trade, those are hundreds of divines.
Ah, there you are. Time to go.
My mana is gone.
Off you go, little beast.
They reverted the Roa back to the way it was the patch before. No 50% increased move speed, instead it just has full attack while moving with no penalty at all. But it still has the stun decay that they added in 0.3, the stun bar decay. So it's still very good. They also nerfed the companion nodes for Roa, so you no longer have those like hyper efficient damage nodes you can click. Roa is still exceptionally powerful. Because you light stun immune and like, you know, full speed attacking. Big gloves, nice. Unfortunately, you hit like actual minimum divine on both of those, but still, you know, I would love to have that. Or minimum bless orb, I guess. The Shapers is the drag. Yeah, doing 30 Shapers is rough. You gotta have like a movie or some shit playing, some streams.
Destroy them all!
I did it.
The double. Yeah. Very close on this Reeve. Very close on the enhance. After that, not for a while.
Needs proper preparation. Time to go.
My mana is gone.
Good job.
Highborn! can win this.
Oh, Zed's Rima.
For victory!
Oh.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Ah, there you are. Let's go.
That's how Atziri came into PV1 as well, right? She was the boss of actually no, I guess she was core and sacrifice of the Vaal. Because Vaal side areas were just a core mechanic, right? They were never a lead mechanic. Yeah, things are pretty different a long time ago. There's not too much distinction or relevance in the difference of those two things to me. So I'm just kind of assuming like every lead mechanic they create for PvE2, by create I mean like port from Path of Exile 1, is just going to be designed as like a mechanic intended to go core as is, for the most part.
They're trying to get you.
Ah, there you are.
I cannot do this yet.
Good job, Exo. Ah, there you are. It's time. Ah, there you are. Good job, Exo.
Exile, you are a welcome moment. You are well prepared for the end. This is a fight. Hold it to me. Away! Don't worry.
Ah, there you are. Good job, Exo.
You are well prepared for the end.
Quickly, Nico, quickly.
It's a fight.
Quickly, Nico, quickly. They're waiting.
These be my sights. Oh, that was a juicy one.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job, Exo. Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job.
Drive back the Highborn! Primus will! We can win this!
Then move this step interaction. I'm not sure. Play the build with intended as cold, or don't play it. Maybe the ice shot buff would be good. I just wonder if the rod nerf is not actually going to be that meaningful. It's going to be a little clunkier, a little shittier. I feel a lot worse at pre-stacking in the campaign, but like, lightning arrow is still going to be the best for clear. It actually does more damage now than it did before. Better lightning conversion. And like rods still seem like absurd single target. Locus, 20 quality, 20 quality. Minus level, unlucky. Minus level and minus quality on both on the Vaals. First curse on hit.
Exile.
There you are.
Up. We want either plus friendly charge or attack crit. That's the goal.
There you are. Let's go. Poor little beast.
Threat is revealed.
Just like around 10% chance per implicit scene. Ish.
I cannot do this.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job, Exile. Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Vaal heard in the sniper bleed. The fuck? Oh, because they fully removed the
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
this part of sniper, right?
Was a juicy one, Exile.
Ah, there you are. It's time. I did it.
Hello?
Let's have a look at the time to go. Good job.
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt. Off you go, little bee.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
Consensus? No consensus, you just gotta watch it and make up your own mind.
Good job.
People are disappointed there's not really meaningful in-game like content changes. It's got a few small ones, but nothing huge.
Ah, there. It's time. Good job. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job.
Some people are happy with just the new class, always gonna be enough content to vibe.
Hello?
I just want gym info and passive tree so I can actually like try to pop a druid stuff that I like, because there's so many fucking options. Like druid is like it's a very versatile thing with so many skills and different types of abilities, and it can be built in many different ways. Very tragic. Yeah. It was like last patch where it was not having info until the data mine fall in queue. It'd be very, very tragic.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job.
the world speed's getting kind of high. Like Simplex and the Claw Mastery, and it's going to be like 70% higher than this, and it's going to feel fine, I'm sure.
It's time. Good job. Ah, there you are. Ready? Time to go.
I didn't keep it bound playing with the turtle. I changed. I just didn't have my A keybind. It didn't have anything linked. When I changed to a new gem, it auto filled into that slot. Which is still a misplay. But the annoying thing is, like, it's so easy for that to happen. Because what I did after, I mean, you just have to put things on your bar that you know you'll never replace. Because I put Asmark here after that happened, and like 3 days later, when I changed my Asmark, because it didn't balance to 21, then that gets depopulated, and then the next gem that I put in gets repopulated there. And then it's like, okay, it can just once again be Spectre. Like, if you ever change a single gem ever, take up any item, change your gear, like, you always have to fucking check every time. It's like so toxic. Or we can just have an actual Spectre menu. But we're not going to get like a Spectre list until PV2 gets it, so maybe they'll get it. And then they'll get ported back here.
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job.
You can't do 30 Shapers, you're not powerful enough. Look, it's only 2 hours of Shapers.
Good job.
Observe divinity. You deny a god.
One moment, Exile.
Yeah, good point. Spectres are pretty different in that game, so there is no hope.
Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit. Let's go. Good job. I did it.
Enter. She will soon bear fruit. Yes, just like that.
Bug.
Have a look at where you're going.
I see where I'm going.
Great job, I now will take the cannot do this menagerie.
Good
My
job,
money is
Exile.
gone.
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Papers.
Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job, Exile. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job.
We are friends
Wake them up while I handle this! I can do this! We can win this!
Gems.
You are a welcome omen. Off you go!
Gems. Actually, gonna run out of GCP too soon though. I gotta have mappers running for those, and maybe actually open some gem boxes in heist, which I never want to do. Black Sun Crest. It's very easy to make a Mozart that beats that.
There you are. Ready to revisit the park? Time to go. Ah, there you are.
Ready, exile? It is time.
Approach, Jade.
Up you go!
Retreat, Highborn! We can win this! For the dreamer!
Mapper died, and then Sasan, and then you know what game doesn't have Sasan? Fucking PoE 2, the better game. So I'm gonna have to come over here and kill this stupid piece of shit 4 times a day and every morning when he fucks my mappers every night.
No matter, you'll die like the rest. Death take you! Be gone! Set you ablaze! Meet your maker. Archers, release! Meet your maker. The Calgarans must be stopped.
I cannot do this yet.
They brought back some things from the Atlas.
Oh. Obstacle drop loot. Loot comes from heist. I don't think anything Sasan does anything for the most part. Unless you like stand still, to like 500 arrows like stack up in a character and then they all explode at once.
Ah, there you are. Let's
Up you go, little beast. Away!
Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job.
Do that. No one.
It is ready.
I need more.
Ready, exile? Time to hunt!
We found. Here's the plan. It's time. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit the past? The more you kill, the more you change my map. Time to go. Good job.
I cannot do this yet.
Vile Highborn! Annihilation!
don't know why I did that breach in a scoured map. Talk to me, Alpha, please. Please. Oh, I hated it when I started and before, but it's growing on me. I'm getting better at controlling it. But it's really like you just have to do good layout maps. When you're in bad layout maps, it feels so bad.
You know.
I cannot do this yet.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Let's go. Good job. Ah.
Haven't got an ending on yet. That sucks. But yeah, I found 2 of them when I did my like 18 new builders. It'll be fine. Life Fracture is the best fracture by far for crafting any sort of life gear. Like, it's technically like what you could do on boots instead of Life Fracture is if you had a suppression fracture, you can work with that as well. But like resist fracture is like worthless to me.
such a god.
Like life fracture, build suffixes, build prefix craft is like standard, but if you have suppress fracture, you can do craft prefixes with like life, unveiled move speed that you want, and like a good third mod, and then you can use either Eldritch currency or like veiled currency to get a suffix, then you craft a suffix.
I mean,
And that's also an okay setup. Like res fracture is too fucked because you can't get suppression afterwards. You can't like build prefixes and then get suppression. On like boots, for example, with suppression fracture, you would go like life, unveil, move speed, avoid chill, exalt third mod, or like in an ideal world, you would do a life augment. You'd have like an extra suffix, reducing a changed life augment for guaranteed hybrid life, and then you would reforge like fire or some shit to get 2-hit fire res with Eldritch currency and stuff, and then craft last suffix. Yeah, Greed Essence are actually good. You could do a lot more stuff, but damn, Greed Essences fucking suck. They used to be really good, but when the life roll change happened, Greed Essences got a balance pass that like, I think on certain items, they give less life than before. And they're pretty much only usable on body armor and shields now.
time to go.
This one is captured.
They did get reworked when life tier ribs happened, and they got reworked in like a bad way.
There you are. Ready to revisit the past? Time to go. Good job.
Like old streaking on helmet used to be 99 life. I'm pretty sure it was tier 2, right? Or it was at tier 1, and then deafening was higher than tier 1. I think on boots and gloves it's a little better than it was. I think on helmet it's worse than it was before. Yeah, because it thinks they're all the same, boots, gloves, helmet, but like they're not.
Hey.
Boat. I'm pretty sure deafening Gree went to 106 before on those. Now it's 105.
Oh, let's leave it at that. Ship's business.
Seven years bad luck. Woo. That's my 17th one of those.
Bring the beast in my sight. Up you go, away.
There you are. Ready to let's
The first one on this planet. Quite excellent. You hunt well.
good job.
Behold, purity. You deny a god.
One moment, exile.
time. Good job. Ah, there you
You have to get a Sacred Blossom and go kill a Shabi for the Shabi tree.
Let's go.
17, 7-year bad luck spot. Almost done with the speed mapping stuff for a while. It's like 5, 6 more maps to go, and then gotta go do some T17s.
Bring the beast in my sights, exile.
'Tank mod map. Whenever I notice the map has tank mods, it's always less accuracy. That one mod's like 70% less damage.
I cannot do this yet.
I could roll over it if I wanted to, but I should be strong enough that I don't need to. And it doesn't actually slow me down at all. I feel like a few seconds per map that has it. Always trying to minimize the number of things you roll over.
I mean,
as expected.
have a look at where you're going. Let's go.
Bring the beast in my sights, exile.
Good job.
We will be best friends, beast. Till we stop.
Ah, there you are. Let's go.
Not worry, little beast. We are friends now. First ones look upon this capture with pride. You hunt well?
Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Ready to revisit the time to go. Good job.
Retreat, Highborn! That's better.
do this yet.
I'll log into PoE2 for sure. Log in, play Druid. Druid good. Keep playing. Druid bad, log out.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job. Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job, Exile.
My mana is gone.
Ah, there you are. Ready? Let's go. Good job, Exile. Ah, there you Time to go.
You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be.
Good job.
You have been captured, beast.
Ah, there you Let's go. There you
Ah, there you are.
Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job.
I cannot do this yet.
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt!
Ah, there you are.
Bug.
Let's go. Good job, X.
Go now.
I did it. I mean,
I should have connected that corruption room to the gym room for a chance at the upgrade there.
As expected.
here's the plan. Let's go.
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt! You have been captured, beast.
Good job.
I don't think LS is better damage than Reeve. Like during Lightning Strike VLS burst window, maybe do more damage. I think the main reason you would ever go LS is just because of you believe that chaining clear is going to be better than area clear. And once you have really good graphs, you know, with like the melee damage per inch stuff, and like software trade, then like Reeve is just gonna be better kind of everything. So like software trade, you can easily just use like Woke Grave effect, snapshot up 15 stack Reeve, super low effort, and just have like off screen every direction clear. But the thing is, the build is like 99% the same on either skill, so like just level both and try it. It's basically like take the character, change the graphs, change the gems, like in your body armor, and change nothing else.
There you are. Time to go.
Up you go, little beast. Away!
I cannot do this yet.
Good job. Ah, there you are. It's time. Good job, Exo. Let's go.
I think I shouldn't have done that.
Good job.
Behold, purity.
If you're doing the LS of Arcane GMP stuff, it's like way less than that.
Right, where was I?
Like, just normal. Yeah, normal you have to like get sources of Pierce and stuff from somewhere. Using gem posts really bad. You don't have to like estimate your damage, you can just go in and add up the melee plus ranged hit, and that's your damage.
My mana is gone.
Reeve next league? No. Reeve's only because of Reason Falls. If I was playing like a trickster, I'd be smiting for sure. Reeve is better? Yeah, I've had a lot of people say very confidently Reeve is better. I've had very few say LS is better confidently. I'm gonna try LS because like I like Reeve and Fortify. No plans to bother trying LS.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
I'm pretty sure 15 stack snapshot with I mean in trade 16's really easy. With Wolffury and Pulverize is probably like 11.5 like unit radius, whereas my current one now I think is 7.4. Yeah, doing the anything past like 16 is just like not really something I'd ever bother. With Blight, it makes sense. Like if you're confident you only ever have to do one re-snapshot the entire map, it makes sense to do some like full cringe snapshotting. Wipe the house all purple, have fun. It's worth it, clear it. You left? Why? You don't want your 27 purple juice? Filter even shows stacks of 15. I thought about turning it off mine, but I couldn't make myself do it.
There you are.
Off you go, little beast! Away! You have been captured, beast! Miscellaneous have either. I know it,
There you are. Time to go.
we will be best friends, beast, until we slaughter you!
Good job, Exile. There you are. It's time.
Nice, yes sir. Tomorrow. Can't wait.
Time to go. Good job.
First ever time heisting, huh?
I mean,
Okay.
let's go.
Looks of corruption. I have 2 pairs of gloves left. Change. Still 700. Normal lightning strike also needs to take the points in the tree for +1 proj, I think, to feel good at clearing. White sockets. Wasted 20 divines dividing my gloves for like an extra 4 base CS.
I cannot do this yet.
Nice, that's the best one, I think. That's actually the best one. Let's fucking go on my last pair. Attack crit +1. Worth. Anyone online to see it? Nope. I think +1 Frenzy is technically probably competitive or better in some scenarios than +1 gems, but that's so good for my enlightened stuff. That was 0.71. Beautiful. Yeah, the extra mana left over is what I really want, because right now I'm playing two reservation jewels right now. Alright, but I gotta get this set up over here now. I think I have 72 Vaals. Might not be able to make this work. You can't jeweler orb these down. Why are you hitting greens on the fourth one? I got the colors, don't have 5 Vaal orbs. I have 5 Vaal orbs. Fucking beautiful. So I definitely don't have to worry about ever doing is on my helmet. Is convert or reserve on my helmet. But one of my reserve jewels has resist on it, which I currently kind of need. Like, my character's built around having that one res roll, so whenever I make a new jewel to replace that one, there's also like only one prefix that even does anything really. Unless you like some double multi shit. Like double multi like res on one of these. I need to go do fossils to craft over these things. I'm pretty sure I just need crit fossils for that shit. Yeah, I just don't need the reserve ones at all. So it's like double crit multi prefixes, and then like one stat and resist is what I would want. But also, if I make the rare belt eventually, like the abyss jewel in there could also have some res on it in theory. There's an end helmet eventually, but that's like so far in the future that I don't want to think about it.
Yes, just like that.
Bitch. Cannot be frozen and fist convert. Yeet. I'm gonna farm now. I'm gonna get rid of this this memory.
It worked. Let us proceed.
And then I need to get farms to 17s. Yeah, this was the jeweler trick. I was trying to get a blue here to put an increased area of effect, and it just hit red. But like realistically, you kind of have to use like white sockets from Harvest for that shit.
Good job, excellent. Ah, there you are. Let's go.
I have none of because my amulet's been fucking me.
Good job.
Retreat, Typhoon! Be gone, fiends! We can win this! Oh, break last!
My mana is gone.
Ah, there you are. Ready? Let's go. Good job.
Go now.
Ah, there you are. Hello. Let's go.
Hunt or be hunted, exile!
Good job. Ah, there you are. Let's go. Good job. Ah, there you are.
I cannot
It's
do
time.
this yet.
Good job.
Use those vestigials. Yeah, there's something nice about playing these skills so like peaceful.
Ah, there you are. Ready? It's time. Good job, excellent.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, Surge.
Ah, there you are. It's time.
Blueprint.
You have been captured.
Blueprint.
You will be a survivor. Or you will
It worked. Let us proceed.
Mr. Morgan in that corner.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job, Exile.
Blueprint. 10 foul warning salts? Oh fuck yeah, that's huge.
Cannot do this yet.
Why is it only 10 stack, not 20 stack? What a scam. Oh, Mr. Morgan, I smelled him from across the map.
You are well prepared for the end.
Ah, there you are. Time to go. Good job, Exile. Ah, there you are. Ready? It's time. Good job.
Right up to now. That is a remarkable how dog shit my protect is. With no assassin's mark, no tincture up.
I did it. I mean,
We did it.
Can I help?
Oh,
Behold, purity. How you deny a god.
One moment, Exile.
Got to ship back in with Karui goods.
how much value in ore I have? Some. Need to do 17s. Or map sustained. What is this fucking tree right now? Why do I have essence clicked? So normally the tree would be like this, and then we would get like full box nodes. And that's roughly the tier 17 tree. But need a sustain. The boss essence, this one, it's not very good. If I go back into this. I haven't done 17s in this character yet. I don't have a string for this yet. No regen's like probably not even that bad. Like I have to roll over chance of block attack damage. Which sucks as the currency one, but like dropping 5 points to click this shit is like kinda hard. Well, I guess for right now I could 2 points back from this jewel socket. Get rid of the reserve jewel, but yeah. We need a third one back. Actually grab like arcane blows or something. Dropping cluster points feels bad though. I'll just like roll over at chance to block. I think my only warp mastery is suppress lucky. So I can't like spec in, spec out of it. Like pretty much all these are still fine to run. All of my more maps. Just good. Woke orbs don't carry over the divine, unfortunately. I wish they did. Got the tree. Arabs are 3 multitudes, corruption, escalation. And we deli orb these. just leave a quant as my thing. I think I will. With the bismuth, I guess we did do that in the past. Bismuth is good. And I have to spend more points for that ship. That. Yeah, blues that also get map dupe. I mean, I do agree that I think I want red anyways, but god damn, looking for bismuth first does kind of suck. Dex hard, whoops.
My money is gone.
Smile. Ellie.
Cannot do this yet.
These sanctuaries are much nicer to have to scout for this. That's like so fucking big.
Let's get it done. Cover me. Silence falls! Destroy them all! see you get through this. I won't die so easily.
Yeah, the freeze slows it down.
Regenerating.
Or who's even casting DDs? There's nothing on my screen. Must be the bear. It's not spamming fast enough to be the bear.
I won't fair dance with the flame. Go! I'll handle it from here.
I don't think I'm gonna hunt for bismuth. Like, I'll put it on the map and stuff, but I don't want to scout the whole map for bismuth. Scouting on Fortress fucking sucks compared to Sanctuary. It takes way too long, and then also like backtracking for Fortress is way harder than doing it on Sanctuary. Much less clear where you've been and where you haven't been. Yeah, farm corrupted 8 mods and 16s at the same time. Then your 17s are corrupted. Pretty sure this is cleared now, but like, not doing bismuth hunting anymore.
I cannot do this yet.
Too much time wasted, not worth.
Greet.
But I didn't fix the old favorites either. Why are there dunes and canyons in here? outside. I need to get my actual my single ticket things in here. Frenzies. Each blood, no sir. I'm gonna eat my defileds because tomorrow's a heist day, so I want to get a bunch of things. So I want to get a bunch of these things if I can. So I can actually have mappers running.
Be gone, foul enemy!
For King March? Hell yeah. Yeah. I don't think their chance of death ever goes up if they're rank 5 mappers. Their completion rate goes down a little bit with higher quantity, but their, you know, loot increases still. Shown Vaals. I'm pretty sure I'm showing Vaals, am I not? I thought I placed the metal there a long time ago. It's kind of weird they don't have any in my inventory. Deal. It's Vaals in. Bindings and alchemies out. New day, new dawn to me. This even hurt. Honky.
My mana is gone.
What's honky? Lifelike CS Dilly Shrine. Didn't see what the shrine was.
Destroy them all! We can win this!
Just a good thing, gold flask. Is that a tincture? I doubt my gold flask. Yeah, I would have died with it because it was on the mapper or on the wander. I don't have another one. Very good. Tier 2. Ha! Only have 160 baubles. I can't even go for tier 1 or perpetual rarity. Kind of wild how rare baubles are nowadays. Kind of wild. That's good enough. Huge.